never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky may have to leave office after his public disagreement with President Donald Trump on Friday. Appearing on the NBC program Meet the Press, Johnson says Zelensky needs to show the proper gratitude for the United States' assistance during the Russia-Ukraine war and work towards ending the war.
Well, something has to change. Either he needs to come to his senses and come back to the table in gratitude, or someone else needs to lead the country to do that.
Johnson said if Zelensky won't do that, someone else may need to lead the country. He also dismissed claims that the U.S. appears to be siding with Russia in the conflict, insisting that President Trump is still committed to opposing Vladimir Putin. This comes after Trump and Zelensky had a heated exchange of words while meeting at the White House last week.
I've never seen anything like President Zelensky's behavior there. He berated and interrupted his host and instead of expressing gratitude. I hope and pray, frankly, that President Zelensky will come to his senses, come back to President Trump, express gratitude as he should, apologize for his behavior there, and accept this mineral rights deal.
Meanwhile, back at home, the Trump administration is ordering remote workers at the Internal Revenue Service to return to the office this month.
The Treasury Department sent out a memo Friday saying it would cancel all regular telework agreements on March 8th for those who live within 50 miles of an office. Employees are expected to return to offices on March 10th. Some Treasury workers have remote work protection in their collective bargaining agreement, but the order calls for full in-person work, quote, including members of a bargaining unit. Workers who live more than 50 miles from an office would be assigned one, and there will only be, quote, limited exceptions, such as for military spouses. I'm Jim Forbes.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
The measles are spreading. Texas health officials say a case of the measles has been confirmed in Austin. Thousands of people may have been exposed in the growing outbreak.
Health officials say the infant patient was unvaccinated and contracted the disease while overseas. Since January, 150 cases of measles have been reported, resulting in 20 hospitalizations and 1 death in western Texas. State health officials are urging parents to make sure their children are vaccinated against the highly contagious disease. Symptoms appear 7 to 14 days after contact with the measles. I'm Lisa Carton.
It's bye-bye to Skype. Microsoft announced it will sunset Skype in May, urging users to switch to Teams. Skype was one of the first services to offer free long-distance voice and video calls, which made it the go-to option for years. The blue icon eventually became a popular corporate communication tool, even Oprah's app of choice for video interviews on her popular afternoon talk show. By the way, if you're still using Skype or planning to, Microsoft says your contacts and login will automatically migrate to Teams. Latest federal government employees targeted in the Trump administration's cost-cutting drive, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. 800 employees in all. The administration provides weather watches and warnings as well as climate research and includes the National Weather Service. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Well, hey there, what do you say? Everybody ready? Let's get the party started. All right, we close out the weekend. This will be our very first program in the month of March of 2025. Already making our way into day number 3 from time zone to time zone. Monday. And just like that, another weekend in the books. So welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secrets studios. A kind of a crisp night out there. Skies are clear. Stars are shining bright. 24 degrees outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio tonight. Yeah, old man winter kind of made himself known, his presence once again over the weekend, with very chilly overnight temperatures after a big-time teaser of spring last week. I kind of lose track. What's the old saying? Is it in like a lamb, out like a lion, or vice versa? But we're into the month of March. Looking at the radar scene, relatively quiet tonight. Nearly the eastern half of the country is precipitation-free. We do have a few showers in eastern Texas and southeast Oklahoma tonight. Maybe a few pockets of some heavier rain. Higher elevation snow out west in northern portions of Nevada. Some light snow showers there in parts of Utah. But things are going to be filling in rather dramatically as we get the new week started here. We take a look at our travelers' weather. We're going to be looking at a potential severe weather outbreak this week. Flooding, snow for some, wind. Get ready for lots and lots of wind for much of the country. At this point in time, the wind advisories and high wind warnings stretching from eastern portions of Nebraska, about the eastern half. Winter storm warnings for the western half of the state. Same goes for northeastern portions of Colorado, northwestern Kansas, down into the Texas Panhandle region. Wind advisories for much of Utah and New Mexico as well. Then we've got some high wind warnings all the way down along the Gulf Coast. New Orleans would be in the mix there. Southern portions of Louisiana, southern portions of Mississippi tonight. And all those wind advisories will be progressing to the east over the next several days. It's an early March storm that will be strengthening starting later Monday night, a.k.a. less than 24 hours from now. From Monday night to Wednesday night, we're anticipating severe weather affecting nearly 24 states. The impacts may affect 170 million people from the southern plains to the Midwest and the East. The main threat from this weather event is going to be powerful wind gusts that can bring down trees and knock out power in some communities, stretching from Texas and Oklahoma to portions of Florida, northward all the way to Michigan, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. There is also a risk of maybe a dozen or 24 tornadoes spinning up from some of these stronger storms, and part of that threat will exist during the nighttime hours in the central states. Wind energy from the storm first will be felt over portions of the southern Rockies and the plains as we kind of close out the weekend here. Gusts frequenting 50 to 70 miles per hour, even with mainly clear, dry air combined with dry winter brush. That's going to boost the risk for wildfires through Tuesday. That is why we see those red flag warnings in place, as I mentioned, in parts of southeastern Arizona, New Mexico, on up into portions of southeastern Colorado, the Texas Panhandle region, as the trailing cold front associated with the storm begins to encounter moisture from the Gulf of America. Late Monday and Monday night, we'll see those thunderstorms begin to erupt. At this early stage of the outbreak, the main threat will be from the powerful wind gusts Monday night from central Texas to much of Oklahoma, southern Kansas. This is only marking the beginning or the ramp-up phase of severe weather. Tuesday, thunderstorms will waste little time becoming severe, with the main threat continuing from powerful wind gusts due to the scope and the intensity of these storms. AccuWeather forecasters believe there is a high risk of severe weather that represents a widespread threat from northeast Texas to southwestern Tennessee. This area may also be the most prone for tornadic activities, with that threat continuing after dark. Strong crosswinds associated with some of these storms will pose a significant risk of rollovers in those high-profile vehicles. From Tuesday to Tuesday night, a massive area with few to numerous severe thunderstorms will extend from southern Texas to Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and the Florida Panhandle then all come into play. This is again Tuesday. In addition to the high winds and a few tornadoes, some of these storms will produce damaging hail and lots of lightning as well as flash flooding as the storm lifts northward toward the upper Midwest. The threat of severe weather will be carried into the Great Lakes region, part of the Atlantic seaboard, and the northeastern Gulf Coast on Wednesday and Wednesday night, a multi-day severe weather event. There can even be thunder and lightning with gusty winds as far to the north as the St. Lawrence Valley and eastern New England. Once again, the main threat from the wind gusts Wednesday. There will still be a risk of a few brief tornadoes, as well as some storms capable of producing hail and flash flooding. Most of the major and secondary airport hubs from the Mississippi Valley to the Atlantic coast may be affected by thunderstorms or strong winds. Probably going to anticipate a lot of flight delays as the storms and their associated wind shear and lightning advance toward the east and northeast, approaching some of the major airport hubs. That could trigger ground stops, flight delays, and cancellations. This outbreak will pose some risk to lives and property starting Monday night all the way into Wednesday evening. The most far-reaching impacts may be power outages that could span nearly 24 states. All right, in March fashion, all right, as they say, we're going to see winds, a large part of the central and eastern states through midweek. Forecasters warn these winds, potentially as high as 90 miles per hour, can cause damage and quickly spread any brush fires that erupt. This is what they say a squeeze play between the storm and areas of high pressure as it crosses the country. This is also going to produce a swath of some heavy snow from the Front Range to the upper Midwest. And as we were just discussing, the outbreak of severe weather in the south and east. Winds in association with this storm can become strong enough to cause widespread travel disruptions, bringing down trees on power lines across the eastern two-thirds of the nation between Monday night and Wednesday night. After bringing some much-needed rain and snow to California and other areas of the Intermountain West over the past weekend, storm arrives in the Four Corners region and the Front Range of the Rockies today. That's going to kick off the first day of widespread strong winds. Areas from Flagstaff, Arizona, east to the Dallas-Fort Worth metro and north to the Denver area will be contending with those winds as we start the week. With portions of nearly a dozen states expected to experience gusts of at least 40 miles per hour. Now, the winds will intersect with areas of drought in the southwest and plains. That is a virtual tinderbox that could result in large wildfires through Tuesday. Now, there's going to be a high to extreme fire risk early this week due to the dry conditions and those strong winds. Folks are urged practice fire safety and adhere to the local burning bans and regulations. In addition to the gusty winds blowing over the dry ground, we're going to see large areas of blowing dust. Strong winds can kick up dust into the air, which can reduce visibility, and of course, air quality becomes poor. The highest gust peaking at over 50 miles per hour will be found on the plains and in the portions of the Tennessee Valley and the upslope areas of the southern Appalachians. Yeah, overall, there's about 36 states stretching from New Mexico eastward to Georgia, northward to Michigan, that may experience damaging winds on Tuesday alone. Now, those winds will be independent from those coming from the thunderstorms. And, of course, we're expecting a large outbreak of severe weather Tuesday and Tuesday night. Texas to the Mississippi Valley and a portion of the South, localized winds in the storms could be as high as 100 miles per hour, according to AccuWeather, as well as a few tornadoes. The heavily populated I-95 corridor and the eastern seaboard will finally experience the gusty winds on the final day of this multi-day episode coming up on Wednesday. As the storm intensifies and moves into Canada, air pressure falls quickly ahead of the cold front. Winds appear to be the strongest near the coast in the Delmarva Peninsula and along the Jersey Shore, where gusts upward of 60 miles per hour. Now, those gusty winds will expand into more of the upper Midwest come midweek as heavy snow falls to the north and west of the storm center. We may be talking blizzard conditions and dangerous travel for several hours for a portion of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and the UP of Michigan. Meanwhile, similar to the Southwest, a large part of the East has been abnormally dry, with drought conditions in place. Over the weekend, as a matter of fact, multiple brush fires, including a large fire near Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, raging in the east, where there are evacuations taking place. We've got the latest on that coming up for you, but suffice it to say, get ready for a very active week as we roll into the month of March around the country. 844-844-3388. What a crazy weekend it was. I mean, we wasted no time starting out Friday with that very contentious meeting between Zelensky and Donald Trump. By now, most should have heard about it, but we'll break it down for you. That and so much more. I had a incredible crowd in Columbus for the big hockey game between the Blue Jackets and the Detroit Red Wings on Saturday. Who came out on top? And we've got a back-to-back winner in NASCAR. Rather unusual for a driver to win on a super speedway like Daytona, and then the following week to win on a road course. Who was that? Okay, lots to cover as we get the new week started, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Plus Winter Defense. Available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, Monday. It's that time again. Hello, Philly Dan. Hope everybody had a great weekend. President Trump was not messing around with Ukraine. No, he was not. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour. 3rd day of March in the year of our Lord, 2025. Time flies when you're having fun. What fun it was to watch Trump mop the floor, take to the woodshed, wreck, hose off the dog. Ukraine's dictator, he likes to call her Monica Lewinsky, a.k.a. Zelensky. He came dressed as a dictator and left dressed down with his tail between his legs. Well, he got an example of FAFO. You know what that means. 25 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. It's nice and warm somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust inside the Hot Shot Secret bunker. Steve is deep in thought preparing for tonight's show, so let's go. 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. All right, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Throw another log on the fire because the sparks are flying. I have a feeling, just a hunch, that maybe the American Eagle's going to be flying high tonight. It's a distinct possibility, you think? Meanwhile, oh well, I guess we gotta do it at some point.
Yep, we gotta get the greatest day of the week started.
Here it is.
Here it is, another one. So, when's that blood red moon supposed to be? Is that this weekend coming up?
Oh, I have to double check. Yeah, I know sometime in the month of March, but I can't remember which weekend.
I thought it was this coming weekend. I'm not sure. The place is warm down here in Gainesville, Florida tonight. I got 49 degrees. I didn't get to watch any of the NASCAR race or the St. Petersburg race. I recorded them, but I'm sure throughout Facebook or even on your show, I'll find out who won. Kind of takes all the fun out of it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, so you mean it's going to be a spoiler alert? Spoiler alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert. Maybe I'll stick my fingers in my ears or something so I won't hear. Think that'll work?
You can give it a shot.
So I got my car back.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. $3,800. Yeah. Took it in for an oil change and tire rotation and come out $3,800 shorter.
Right.
Oh well, what are you gonna do? They replaced the motor with one that's got 50,000 less miles than the car. It's got 91,000. The car's got 141. But they went ahead and did the time and chain job on that motor that they put in, because that's what I was going to have done to the old motor while they had it apart. But I really wasn't given the option, hey, do you want the time and chain done on this engine now? Or so they took it apart to do that, which I don't know how I'm kind of on the fence of was it good or was it bad. They had the parts already, but and then if you're replacing the motor you don't do that without replacing the clutch too.
Okay.
While you got them apart, so yeah, I put a clutch in it also as well. So now the motor should go 100,000 miles, but I don't know if the car will go 100,000 miles.
So you got a decent. How much warranty they give you?
I don't know. It's not really. It's probably just on their work. You know what I mean? I don't know. There probably isn't a whole lot of warranty on the motor. You know what I mean? Because it's not new.
Right.
It's a used motor, obviously. But I don't know. They covered the rental car. That was $984 out of their pocket. So, oh well, what are you gonna do? It doesn't make sense to get a lawyer to fight it because you got to pay the lawyer, and what am I going to gain?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Oh well, you're up against the clock, so I appreciate you taking my call. Did they get the app fixed?
It is working at the moment. It's kind of a temporary, it's not the permanent fix, but yes, it is operating correctly at this hour.
All righty. I'll switch over to the app and give it a shot.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a positive start to the week, right? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. European leaders are pledging billions in support of Ukraine following an emergency summit in London. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said,
Europe must do the heavy lifting, but to support peace in our continent and to succeed, this effort must have strong US backing.
Starmer announced a loan of nearly $3 billion for Ukraine, which would be funded through the freezing of Russian assets. Starmer noted the plan is being worked on in coordination with the U.S. and will have U.S. backing. Investigators say a landing gear failure may have led to the deadly plane crash recently in Scottsdale.
The NTSB released a preliminary report Thursday which said the Learjet's left landing gear was not in a normal position when it landed. The jet was traveling roughly 55 miles per hour when it veered off the runway and crashed into a Gulfstream jet which was parked. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey, somebody celebrated a birthday over the weekend. All right, happy birthday, Marianne. Another trip around the sun, right? There you go. Marianne said, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everybody enjoyed the weekend. She did go out for her birthday. Very good. All right, good morning, all. Brett checking in from Bozeman. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. 25 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line, headed for Hartford, Connecticut tonight. On down to Ken. Hello, Ken. Good morning to the crew. Tank is in the house. Happy Monday. 48 here in Memphis. Getting ready to ride out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. All right, heading west. Get ready to play in some windy conditions. All right, 42 degrees north central Kansas. Hello, Jennifer. Safe driving to everyone on the road tonight. Special shout out to my favorite trucker, Tony. I love you. Drive safe. Let me see here. Who else we got? There's Robert checking in, a.k.a. Bob in Michigan tonight. All right, tapeworm in the house. Hello, Steve. Still at the home 20 trying to fix the truck. Hope to have it up and running by Tuesday. Can't wait. Get back on the road again. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia. 33 degrees tonight. That's pretty nice this past day. Had a good amount of sun. Got a couple of deliveries in my pickup for Kansas City today. And we'll try to work in an oil change with a PM. I hope they make Pete Rose eligible for the Hall of Fame. Have a great night. Everybody, be careful out there. All right, Jerry, good morning from Kokomo. Hello to Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Hope everybody had a good weekend. 26 here in Kokomo, some rain coming our way Wednesday. Don't forget, tell them you love them every chance you get. There's Jeffrey. Hello from the Sunshine State. Good morning, Steve and the Overnight family. Welcome back as we kick off the greatest day of the week. Here you go. Jesse, what do we got? Hello, Steve. Enjoying the show at the Home 20. Over the Saturday, the app had some kind of glitch. Couple of shows. Yes, that was an issue much of last week. As we said, they've got that kind of working on it. It's a temporary fix, but the people at radio.co are on it. Some sort of a cloud, what they call a cloud recording sort of. Long story short, they're working on it. All right, I saw some of the video footage coming out of Myrtle Beach area, multiple neighborhoods in the Carolinas, particularly near Myrtle Beach. Contending with forced evacuations as massive wildfires spread across both South and North Carolina, according to Newsweek this past day, with hundreds already displaced from their homes. The rapidly spreading wildfires threaten thousands of additional residents in populated areas. The fires being exacerbated by unusually dry conditions in that region, along with gusty winds and low humidity. February's rainfall was 1.5 to 2.5 inches below average in the Carolinas this year. South Carolina's Governor Henry McMaster has declared a state of emergency, saying that ensures that our first responders, who are working tirelessly, risking their lives to protect communities, have the resources they need. He did add dangerous wildfire conditions require that a statewide burning ban remains in effect until further notice. If you violate this ban, you will be subject to prosecution. In North Carolina, residents also had to evacuate some 400 to 500 acres burned in the Blue Ridge Mountains near the towns of Tryon and Saluda. The Melrose fire, as of Sunday afternoon, remains uncontained. According to the Polk County Emergency Management there, altogether in South Carolina, they say 175 wildfires are burning across the state, scorching more than 4,200 acres. Of course, the National Weather Service issuing advisories this past day from Georgia to New Jersey, warning of increased risk of wildfires, obviously with the high winds that are going to be coming in over the next couple of days. All right, I see some discussion going on between some of our listening friends in regards to Zelensky and Trump's meeting on Friday, which was kind of a meltdown in front of the world's media. There were international news organizations. The whole world was watching. Some very proud of President Trump. Others feeling like he kind of went overboard. He's siding with Vladimir Putin. The significance of Friday's meltdown in the Oval Office between Trump, Vice President Vance, and Zelensky. This gentleman kind of breaks it all down for us. It cannot be overstated. Essentially, here's what went down, in case you've kind of missed it. There was a done deal, supposedly, as far as U.S. officials were concerned. And then Zelensky asked for more after getting into a bit of a spat with the Vice President, J.D. Vance. CBS News' Jennifer Jacobs was there, stating that Trump fully intended to sign that minerals deal Friday. Two official binders were prepared. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and his Ukraine counterpart and the two presidents were going to sit down at a conference table in the East Room and then trumpet their success at their respective podiums. None of this drama, they say, was premeditated. Trump officials were incredulous that some media outlets suggested it may have been kind of a setup. Greeting with Trump and Zelensky was warm, with jokes and a guest book signing in the West Wing lobby. They went straight to the Oval Office. The vibe was positive. White House, they wanted the deal to be done. Trump believes Zelensky missed out on a huge opportunity to have the United States as a business partner. In other words, U.S. companies helping Ukraine to monetize some of the mineral resources, gas, oil, aluminum, tritium, gallium, and others. Trump viewed this as the first step in the progression toward peace, which kind of explains why Secretary of State Marco Rubio, if you weren't able to view it, he was kind of slumped down in his seat, obviously just very disheartened with what was unfolding. Later, Zelensky went on Fox News where he acknowledged he kind of regretted what went down, but he doesn't think he did anything wrong. I'm not sure we did something bad. He was speaking to Brett Baer. He said, I respect President Trump and the American people, but we have to be very honest and direct to understand each other. Now, according to Jacobs, as of, I guess, Saturday, Trump says he's unwilling to talk to Zelensky any further that day. Shortly before Zelensky appeared on the Fox News channel, Trump told the press Zelensky had overplayed his hand, in his words. Conservative commentator Richard Hanania kind of lays out what happened. He said, I watched the entire press conference with Zelensky. There was 40 minutes of discussion before the argument unfolded. Now, most people have seen like that last 10 minutes. But he said you need to see the whole video to give the proper context. When I first watched the argument without that context, I thought it was possible that Trump and Vance had kind of ambushed Zelensky or were even trying to humiliate him. That's not what happened. You had 40 minutes of calm conversation. Vance made a point that didn't attack Zelensky and wasn't even addressed to him, and Zelensky clearly started the argument. In the first 40 minutes, Zelensky kept trying to go beyond what was negotiated in the deal. When Trump was asked a question, it was always, well, we'll see. Zelensky made blanket assertions that there would be no negotiating with Putin and that Russia would pay for the war. When Trump said it was a tragedy that people on both sides were dying, Zelensky interjected that the Russians were the invaders. Now, for his part, Trump made clear that the U.S. would continue delivering military aid. All Zelensky had to do was stay calm for a few more minutes, and the deal would have been signed. The argument started when Trump pointed out it would be hard to make a deal if you talk about Putin the way Zelensky does. Vance kind of interjected to make the reasonable point that Joe Biden called Putin names, and that did not get us anywhere. The whole Zelensky-Trump dynamic was pretty calm and stable. It was Vance, when Vance spoke, that Zelensky started to interrogate him. Throughout the press conference to that point, everyone was making their arguments directly to the audience. Zelensky decided to challenge Vance, asking him some hostile questions. He went back to his point that Putin never sticks to ceasefires, again implying that the negotiations are pointless. Why on earth would you do this? Then came the fight that everybody has seen over and over again. Zelensky was minutes away from being home free. He would have had the deal. He would have had the new commitments from the Trump administration. The point Vance made was directed against Biden and the media, taking them to task for speaking in moralistic terms. That offended Zelensky, and then the argument begins. Now, he said, I've been a fan of Zelensky up to this point, but this showed so much incompetence, if not emotional instability. I don't see how he's going to recover from this. The relationship with this administration is broken now. Ukraine should probably go with new leadership at this point. That was even suggested by Speaker of the House Mike Johnson this past day on the Morning Talking Heads. Update, as expected, the Trump-Vance-Zelensky cage match that nuked the Ukraine deal has erupted into an international firestorm. Many responses from European leaders coming out in support of Zelensky. The Spanish Prime Minister says, Ukraine, Spain stands with you. The French Foreign Minister said Putin's Russia is the aggressor. There's one necessity, that is Europe. Now the time for words is over. It is time for action. Well, you know, technically, Trump's been pushing for Europe to do more in this all along. That this is your part of the world. German Chancellor Scholz said Ukraine can rely on Germany and Europe. The European Union's von der Leyen says, be strong, be brave, be fearless. You are never alone, dear President Zelensky. Lithuania president says Ukraine will never be alone. The Portuguese prime minister said the Ukraine can count on us to support. The Czech Republic says we stand with Ukraine more than ever. Time for Europe to step up its efforts. The European Union foreign policy chief says today it became clear that the free world needs a new leader. It's up to us, Europeans, to take this challenge. Poland's prime minister, dear Zelensky, dear Ukraine friends, you're not alone. French President Macron says Russia is the aggressor. The Ukraine is the aggressed people. We are all right here to help Ukraine and sanction Russia 3 years ago and to continue to do so. Of course, our old pal Chuck Schumer said, Trump and Vance are doing Putin's dirty work. He's the lapdog. All right, on the other hand, the deputy chairman of the Security Council of the Russian Federation said the insolent pig finally got a proper slapdown in the Oval Office. Trump is right. The Kyiv regime is gambling with World War III. For the first time, Trump told the truth to the cocaine clown's face. The Hungarian president thanking Trump for his stance. But perhaps the biggest indicator that Zelensky is really screwed came from the deep state tentacle of none other than Lindsey Graham, who walked out of the White House and said, I've never been more proud of the president, very proud of J.D. Vance, standing up for our country. He then slammed Zelensky, saying the way he handled the meeting, the way he confronted the president was over the top. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. Yeah, moments after Zelensky left the White House after the argument, President Trump kind of shredded any chance of the Ukraine deal to end the war anytime soon. Two things actually happened. Number one, White House staffers literally ate the lunch that was prepared for Zelensky. They kind of booted him out. You're gone. That's it. Secretary of State Marco Rubio terminated U.S. support for restoring Ukraine's energy grid, which was funded by a USAID initiative that had invested hundreds of millions of dollars. The State Department this week terminated the U.S. Agency for International Development's initiative that had invested hundreds of millions to help restore Ukraine's energy grid from attacks by the Russian military. Based on a document obtained by NBC News, the State Department has also ordered the termination of a program that was focused on financial sector reform activity, stating that we won't have the eyes on where this money has gone over the last few years, according to one of the officials there. Now, with all the support coming in from European leaders, yes, support is rolling in for Trump at the same time. All right. We already touched on Lindsey Graham. The Homeland Security Secretary, Kirsty Noem, says, I'm so proud of our Commander-in-Chief. Thank you, President, real Donald Trump, and Vice President, for standing up for America. We will not tolerate the political games and disrespect of America. Yeah, the rare earth minerals deal was framed as kind of a payback for the hundreds of billions we had sent Ukraine during the previous administration. But it was also to help seed reconstruction of Ukraine once the war is over. Remember, the U.S. Senate has repeatedly, for the last how many years, voted billions of taxpayer dollars to Ukraine with no strings attached, with no true oversight. Josh Hawley said, it's time for some accountability. Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio says, finally, we have a president who will speak the truth, stand up against Washington's endless wars. American taxpayers have been funding this. It's time to stop the killing and stop risking World War III. Now, in the end, Trump has maintained he wants peace, but accused Zelensky of using the United States as a cudgel to gain a big advantage in negotiations. Yeah, President Trump is fighting for peace around the world, putting America first as our best negotiator. He's the only one to get Russia to the table to actually consider a serious, lasting agreement with Ukraine. That was the word from House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Representative Stubbe of Florida called the display ridiculous grandstanding by Zelensky. We've spent hundreds of billions of dollars to defend Ukraine, and this is the thanks the American people get. It is time to end the war, but what a weekend it was. 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
For anyone that suggested we have a weak leader, Zelensky had, for the last, 3-4 years, he's come over here time after time after time. And every time he lands in D.C., he leaves with a big-ass check, more billions of dollars. Obviously, he was blindsided. Yeah, now I guess he's had a couple days to think about it. So he was speaking to the BBC this past day and kind of walking things back, said, I'm willing to sign the mineral deal right now. After leaving the White House Friday without signing it. During a media event Sunday, Zelensky answered a question from a BBC reporter by saying he's ready to sign. He went on to say the Ukraine does not retreat. It's our policy to continue this fight. Now, he said he's willing to sign the initial mineral agreement prior to being kicked out of the White House. He said, I just want the Ukrainian position to be heard. It's very important to me. The Ukrainian position be heard. Yeah, the fact that it happened in media, I did not prepare for the conditions that were there. Okay, didn't see that coming, in other words. So that was one of a number of developing, unfolding situations around the globe. All right, lines available here on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. One Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours in radio. 23 degrees. Mostly clear here tonight. Yeah, Brett asks, so does Trump want to expand NATO into Ukraine? I'd say no. That's been the position. J.D. Vance, a week or two ago, pretty much made it clear that that's in all likelihood not going to happen. Was it J.D. or Pete Hegseth, or maybe both? That was pretty much the line in the sand, the premise that Ukraine was going to be joining NATO that led to Putin moving on into the country. I mean, that's an adamant no from Putin to ever agreeing to a deal. All right, news break. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. European leaders are holding an emergency summit in London to discuss the war in Ukraine. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said Britain, France, and Ukraine have agreed to work on a ceasefire plan to present to the U.S. Starmer told the BBC that he and French President Emmanuel Macron are taking the lead on the plan, which they will then discuss with the U.S. The Trump administration is ordering remote workers at the Internal Revenue Service to return to the office.
The Treasury Department sent out a memo Friday saying it would cancel all regular telework agreements on March 8th for those who live within 50 miles of an office. Employees are expected to return to offices on March 10th. Some Treasury workers have remote work protection in their collective bargaining agreement, but the order calls for full in-person work, including members of a bargaining unit. Workers who live more than 50 miles from an office would be assigned one, and there will only be, quote, limited exceptions, such as for military spouses. I'm Jim Forbes.
New Orleans is under heavy scrutiny as revelers step up their Mardi Gras celebrations.
City officials say the heavy police presence is receiving significant federal support. This after a deadly ISIS-inspired truck attack in the French Quarter killed 14 people on New Year's Day. Between now and Mardi Gras this coming Tuesday, there will be dozens of parades on the streets of the Big Easy. Several Several items, however, have been banned, including private drones, but bead throwing will still be allowed. I'm Lisa Carton.
A federal judge in Seattle has blocked President Trump's executive order banning gender-affirming health care for transgender youth.
U.S. District Judge Lauren King previously issued a temporary order. This injunction stops the president's executive order from taking effect until there's a trial. King previously said the order blatantly discriminated against trans youth. The injunction only applies to Washington, Oregon, and Minnesota. The Trump administration is expected to appeal. I'm Brad Ford.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
An NYPD chaplain and Catholic pastor accused of having sex with a prostitute is voluntarily stepping away from his church.
40-year-old Father Michael Aguino is charged with patronizing prostitution. The New York Daily News reports Aguino's attorney says that's not what happened, that his client is heartbroken, and that the arrest was based on an allegation made by a troubled woman who Aguino had counseled in the past. At morning mass, Aguino declined to comment. The parish issued a statement saying that Father Aguino denies the allegations and has voluntarily stepped away while the matter is investigated. I'm Lisa Salvati.
2 women flying out of Salt Lake City turned out to be the only passengers on the plane.
Utah students Natalie Wolfley and Savannah Sargent went viral on TikTok after documenting their experience last Friday as they headed to Arizona. Wolfley says a gate agent joked that it appeared that they had chartered the 175-seat plane for themselves. Southwest Airlines hasn't said how they managed to be the only passengers. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Apple is revealing a new age assurance technology for children's privacy and safety.
The tech giant announced the move this week as part of a broader move to keep kids safer online. Parents will be able to select their kids' age range instead of providing exact birth dates when setting up their accounts, which would be taken into account when young users download third-party apps. Apple wrote the age range would only be shared with developers and only with parental permission. This as many states across the U.S. introduced bills requiring App Store operators to check users' ages and get parental consent before minors can download apps. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, industrial injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, reality check. Well, we close out the weekend. We are making our way from time zone to time zone into a Monday. I hope your month of March is off to a good start. Already day number 3 coming on here. Now, we touched in hour number 1 what is anticipated to be a multi-day severe weather outbreak. The eastern 2/3 of the country. The same storm that brings that severe weather in the southern and eastern, as well as flooding to the northeast, will produce a swath of accumulating snow from the central Rockies to the upper Midwest. Such a multifaceted storm. It's not uncommon for early March, but it's going to be packing a punch with near blizzard conditions possible in a portion of the plains and the Midwest. After bringing some lower elevation rain and mountain snow to California over the weekend, the storm pushes through the Intermountain West today with some valley showers and mountain snow. As it comes out of the Rockies, it could bring a couple of inches to snow and travel delays in the Denver area later Monday into Tuesday. Now, they say the higher terrain, the grassy areas around Denver, most prone to picking up several inches. You could see airline delays due to de-icing operations and some slippery conditions on 25, 70, and the I-80 corridors at the very least. Then as the storm takes a northeast track over the central and northern plains, it taps into some Gulf moisture. Winds and precipitation intensify. The outbreak of severe weather, including tornadoes, unfolds in the south and east of the storm track. Even strong winds with or without thunderstorms will be troublesome and potentially damaging. Wildfire risk will be very high. Now, how much snow falls to the north and west of the storm going to depend on where those pockets of dry air try to invade, and the amount of snow that falls during the nighttime hours when it doesn't have to compete with the warming effects of the sun this time of year. Some of the snow melts as it falls during the midday and afternoon hours. Where it manages to snow hard during the day, it may pile up and make some slippery conditions. The 2 main trouble spots for heavy snow with this storm may be in parts of Colorado and the upper Midwest. Looks like Tuesday, snow expands and shifts from northeast Colorado into South Dakota, then central and western Minnesota. Given the time of year as the spring season, the thaw progresses further north, areas that pick up some drenching rain may be prone to some urban and small stream flooding. Ice jam flooding and breakup of ice on the lakes and ponds are likely, especially where the rain reaches northward. Now, strong winds generated by this strengthening storm will be extensive. The combination of strong winds and thawing ground may cause a number of trees to topple. The risk of power outages may expand beyond the local and even regional level by the time we get to midweek. Heaviest snow will extend from eastern Minnesota, central and northeast Wisconsin into northern Michigan, then on into central Ontario and central Quebec, Canada, where locally more than a foot of snow is being forecast. Blizzard conditions may unfold with the strength of the wind and the rate of snow lowering the visibility. Travel along portions of I-29, 35, 94 in the upper Midwest will be impacted. So, like we say, going to be a busy week weather-wise. You have a alternative I-40 near the state line there, Tennessee, North Carolina, reopening over the weekend under unusual conditions for the first time since Hurricane Helene destroyed that stretch of roadway, that 12-mile stretch from Cold Springs Creek Road at exit 7 in North Carolina to Big Creek Road at exit 447 in Tennessee, opening Saturday with some limitations. Now, according to the Sand Hill Sentinel, the highway being reopened with unusual conditions. We've got a reduced speed limit of 35 miles per hour, a square 9-inch concrete barrier separating traffic, one emergency-only lane on the eastbound side, periodic breaks in traffic to allow for emergency medical service access, and no wide loads allowed. Now, officials warned that the reopened highway will obviously experience delays due to those conditions. Said drivers should consider I-26 from Asheville to Kingsport, Tennessee, then 81 south to I-40 as an alternate route. Truck drivers are warned that while semi-trucks are allowed on the stretch of I-40, there are no alternate routes for trucks beyond exit 20. Now, despite what some of the GPS are advising, wide loads are required to use I-77 and I-81 to travel between North Carolina and Tennessee. But again, keep in mind, 35 mile per hour, things are going to be kind of a slow go, and it's one lane in each direction. And seeing some of the aerial photographs, kind of looks like a spooky a spooky area to be traveling, especially during the nighttime hours. Because, that's a major, you're going off a cliff if you lose control and go over one of those barriers there, down into the, the Pigeon River? Our number, 844-844-3388. Morning, Pappy. How was your weekend?
All right, Steve. It was quite entertaining, to say the least. Friday just started out with a bang, didn't it?
I don't know that I've ever seen anything quite like that. Zelensky obviously was kind of shell-shocked.
He came to play with the big boys, Steve, and he found out he's not a big boy. Listen, man, I'm going to try to be as respectful as I can here to Monica Zelensky. But Steve, the bottom line, this dude's a crook. He's a bum. He's corrupt. And he's a dictator. That's what he is. And he thought because Biden was able to bribe him that he was going to come in here and try to strong-arm Trump.
And we said that Friday morning. We were discussing. I said he's coming in here with the plan of being able to sit down and get more out of Trump.
Yeah, he FAFO'd, Steve.
Yep.
FAFO, right? Listen, it was clear to him what was going to happen. He wanted to come to the United States to sign this deal. And Trump was by like all means. Come on. It was clear, Steve. He had a meeting with the senators before this meeting with Trump. Right? And once again, he was treated like he was a king. Standing ovation when he walks in, shaking his hand, damn near standing up and saluting the man. Just like the Biden administration did. Steve, there's only one man on this planet right now that can get peace in Ukraine, and that's Trump. And Lewinsky thought he was going to come in here and get more money. That was his bottom line. It has nothing to do about peace. Believe that. Trump don't like this dude, Steve. I'm telling you, man. Careful. And there was seen a lot of interviews with a lot of press people that were in there. Steve Bannon's show, War Room, was Real American Voices. He was, I think his name is Ben, maybe. I'm trying to think of that. presser guy that was in there. It was on Bannon's show, though.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one that asked him how come he wasn't wearing a suit.
Okay. Oh, yeah, how about that? That was, the first thing Trump said to him when he gets out of the limo, though, is he's all dressed up. He said, he looked over there, he said, he's all dressed up today.
Yeah, that tells you right there, Steve, that Trump don't like him. And he's got good reason to, because he stole money from us. A lot of money. We're talking in the billions, Steve. Zelensky even admitted that. So where'd all this money go? He's paying off his generals, right, to keep from probably whacking him. So, Steve, it was clear. Here's the deal. What Trump offered him was, hey, in return for all this money that we have given you, which has kept you alive so far, we need raw earth minerals. And you make a deal with us, and we will go forward with trying to get a peace deal, but first with a ceasefire.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said before, Steve, you have to have the cards, like Trump said, when you go to the table. He has to have cards when he sits down with Putin. So, what did this raw earth mineral deal have anything to do with negotiations in a ceasefire or a peace deal? Steve, if we got an interest over there, which we don't now,
it would have
from the beginning.
It would have
Steve,
offered. It would have offered our. We'd be on the ground helping them to recover this stuff. But yeah, Trump, he would say, "Hey, that's American people, and we're over there, and don't mess around because we're going to protect our interests. We don't have any vested interest."
And what do you think Putin would be thinking? Steve, he'd be having second thoughts now. I don't know if I want to mess with the United States. Trust me, Steve. We would be having second thoughts about trying to take any land where these raw earth minerals are that Ukraine has an interest in a deal with the United States. That's a big deal. And it's more, you got to look beyond just, well, we need it, we'll make a deal. There's more to it, Steve. And I even said, what could Putin do at the table? And it sounds like, Steve, from what I understand, he already has. Steve, when two countries, foreign countries, have an interest in each other and can get along with each other, you're less likely to fight, right? I mean, we're less likely to fight with China because how much stuff do we get from China?
Right.
If we started a war with China, our medical, all our prescriptions are gone. Antibiotics, gone. Along with a bunch of other stuff. And they got an invested interest, Steve. Their economy's in the crap. If they lost trillions of trade deals with the United States, believe you me, it would hurt them. And that's why they're thinking twice about stirring the pot over there in Taiwan. So what did Putin do? And Steve, I wrote a note down Friday night. I was starting to write some notes down. I said, what do you think Putin might do? Hey there, President Trump. We got all the same raw earth minerals you need. make a deal with us. We can be partners. We don't have to fight. We can all enrich our own countries for the benefit. And what would the left do, Steve, if that happened? Oh, my God. He's bowing to Putin.
Mm-hmm.
Trump don't think like the other swamp rats, Steve. So yeah, I mean, when he first greeted him, yeah, it was like, look, he come dressed to the party. And Steve, like you read there, I watched every minute of that. And along these news people inside there saying, Steve, you could cut the tension with the knife the second they were in there. They just said Zelensky had a aura about him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he just had this attitude like he was like rolling his eyes and I guess wasn't taking things seriously. And the deal was, you signed this deal for the raw earth minerals. We will talk later. This is phase one. We will talk later, right, about keeping the arms up, right? You talked about how they just took back the money to help for the electrical grid, or the energy grid. There's a lot of things in play here, but no, what's he got to do? He's got to come in here and try to strong-arm Trump. For 40 minutes, Steve, I watched it and everything was fine. Then Monica starts running his mouth a little bit, and JD wasn't having none of it. And that's it wasn't really until JD stepped in and said something, I think, because Monica's not a real diplomat, Steve. Don't know how to control himself. He said some things that just literally he shouldn't have said, man. And like Lindsey Graham said, believe you me, Steve, I'm no big fan of Lindsey Graham.
Right.
You know, I think Lindsey Graham knows this war's over, so he's going to count his blessings and be like, yeah, I made a lot of money on this war. You know, remember I said this a year ago, Steve. What's the next phase? Oh, we need to build Ukraine back up. And that's another thing that was going to be in the discussions. We were going to help them rebuild their country, Steve. And why should we, though? When all of our money is being squandered and corrupt and given to these oligarchs in Ukraine. The same thing going on here with Doge and them is going on in Ukraine, and even worse. If I'm not mistaken, Ukraine was listed as the most, or one of the most corrupt countries
on the planet.
For years. For decades, and everybody knew it. And the United States has blood on their hands, Steve. Kissinger warned about NATO intruding closer and closer and closer to Russia. And unfortunately, Steve, our country played a part in this. They knew what was going on. They wanted to get rich. The industrial military complex saw a chance to get rich, maybe take down Russia, control the whole area. Big CIA plot. It's no big secret. I mean, if people can't see this, I mean,
yeah.
You got a little bit more studying to do, I guess. Everybody was getting rich, lining their pockets with the money-making machine, the money laundering, and everybody was just peachy. So I don't know, Steve. We'll see what happens. Trump made a comment. It's my understanding, Steve, that a lot of Trump's administrators, people in his cabinet, people around him were telling him, dude, cut ties with this crap. This is going to end up turning into a Vietnam. We need to just cut ties and be done with Ukraine. Whatever happens, happens. But Trump, thinking that he can maybe get peace, that it could benefit the United States, it could benefit Ukraine, it could benefit Russia, and if you benefit Russia, they're the instigators and all this. Steve, Ukraine is not innocent. When you go back and look at their 20, 30-year history, they're not innocent in this. Just like I'm saying, the United States isn't innocent neither. You got to speak the truth here. If everybody could come out of this, stop this war, stop the killing. Do you realize they're driving around on the streets? Ukraine's military, snatching people up off the street and forcing them to fight on the front. That's what JD was talking about.
Forced conscription. He said several times, forced conscription, yeah.
Yes, sir. See, they have nobody to fight. They're all dead. Meanwhile, in northern Ukraine, all the oligarchs' families and kids are going to the cocktail parties and bars and then just living it up on our money. Buying their yachts. They're not going to the front line fighting. It's all money trip for these people. If some of our peasants end up dead, so be it.
Yeah.
All right, my man, I think I took enough of your time. I really appreciate it. But, man, let one quick thing, Steve, and I'll get off here. Let's talk about this FBI deal.
Okay. Well, I got to pause first, but we can pick up there. One final topic coming up, and we've got lines available at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio insists the U.S. is committed to ending the war with Ukraine and Russia. Rubio appeared on ABC's This Week, and he says he hopes Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will see that and come to the negotiating table.
And the sooner everyone grows up around here and figures out that this is a bad war that's heading in a bad direction with death and destruction and all kinds of dangers surrounding it that could spiral into a broader conflict.
He says a ceasefire deal will be difficult, but it's best path forward. A federal judge says President Trump cannot fire the head of a top watchdog agency.
Trump has been trying to fire Hampton Dellinger, who leads the Office of Special Counsel and investigates whistleblower reports filed by government workers. In February, Dellinger sued the administration after receiving an email firing him without cause. Multiple lower courts and now a federal judge have all stopped his termination from going through. I'm Chris Caraccio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, industrial injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Good to have you with us as we get the new week underway. Monday. Ah, yeah, greatest day of the week. Says who? Yeah, let me get back to the calls here. All right, we wanted to kind of shift gears, the whole FBI thing.
Yeah, Steve, listen, man, you've heard me talk about this before. And if you look at it, you can believe what I'm saying or not. You can call me a conspiracy theorist guy. But if you look at it, just listen to me and think about this, all right? This whole Epstein deal was nothing but a CIA operation, Steve, with the FBI working with the CIA. Steve, if you can control the planet, if you got dirt, right? If you can blackmail the highest people in government, in all governments across the globe, and the highest CEOs in the industry, you can dictate policy for the whole planet. Now, that might sound crazy and far-fetched. James Comey has his hands dirty, Steve, big time. And so does Brandon, the ex-CIA director. That's why Brandon has been out running his jibs. The ex-director of the FBI. Just literally coming out and bashing Bongino. James Comey, hey, I don't know if you heard this, Steve. James Comey's daughter is a prosecutor in the Southern New York District. She has been involved in all the prosecutions of all these child rapists. A lot of this Epstein deal, he's in charge of prosecuting, Steve. I'm not saying defending here. Listen to what I'm saying. In charge of prosecuting the P. Diddy case? What's that guy's name?
Diddy, yeah.
Making sure that the prosecution of these pedophiles, these rapists, these evil doers, as George Bush would say, don't get prosecuted. Or they get the minimum amount thrown at them. There's an FBI, I should have wrote his name down. He's the second commander. He runs the Southern FBI office in New York. So the new FBI director put it out and was telling the American people, we're going to get to the bottom of this. Put it out. I want everything on Epstein. Want all his files on my desk by such and such time, and then she was going to hold this press conference. Was that Friday, I believe?
Friday, 8 a.m., and I haven't seen any.
Well, not a no-go.
Did they get any of those? I mean, I haven't seen a follow-up. Nothing.
See, this, I'm trying to think of the right term for him. He's the head director of the field office in New York. Not really a director, but he's the head of the field office. Back in January, Steve, he made a comment, I think it was to the New York Times. We're going to dig in, and we're going to fight this Trump guy. Steve, I think they set a trap for him. Remember we were talking about whistleblowers? I told you they're going to start coming out of the woodwork. See, there are patriots among us. There are patriots among us in the FBI, Steve. So these dirty, corrupt FBI officials, part of the deep state, decided that the evidence that was collected when they hooked up Epstein's, Steve, there were semi-trailers of evidence, videos, documents, videos, Steve, that were told and given to some FBI agents that could, let's say, be trusted to destroy this evidence. Well, let's just say, Steve, some of the FBI agents knew what was going on and was like, I ain't going to be a part of this. They didn't destroy that evidence, Steve, and they kept it. And guess what? They called the new deputy director of the FBI and the DOJ and said, hey, guess what? your boy up in New York, he's not giving you everything, and we know where it's at. Saturday, the FBI raided the FBI, Steve. Loaded up semi-trailers full of evidence and brought it back to D.C. These people are clowns, Steve. Let me tell you, the Trump people that he has installed are the real deal. Kash Patel, Steve. It's like a diamond bit, two-bit thief running the streets trying to deal with the mafia. These people are stupid. And there's patriots among us. And we're going to get to the bottom of this, and this crap's going to come out. And there's people going down. High-level government officials, high-level people all around this world, Steve. Mark my words, it's just a matter of time. They got to go through this, Steve. You know how long it's going to take to go through this evidence? So I'm just asking American people to be patient. Everybody was going off on her. Oh, the Trump administration letting us down, giving us a big nothing burger.
Yep.
That's what happened. So just be patient. Steve, I know what I'm saying sounds crazy, man, but I'm telling you. just stay tuned, man. Sit on the edge of your seat. Well, Steve, we're not even out of the first inning yet. And this Trump train, like we said, is full steam. They're not on steam power. They're on nuclear power. And it's full steam ahead. Thanks for taking the call, Steve. I appreciate it, man. Get the week started, back to work tomorrow and Tuesday. So everybody be safe. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it, man.
All right. So, I mean, as far as the Epstein stuff, I don't know. Yeah, we've waited 6 years. You know, what's another, I don't know. Is it going to take 6 weeks, 6 months? I don't know how long it's going to take. All right. Patience. Is that the word patience, my friend? 844-844-3388. For those that tuned in last week, before we get to some of the other industry headlines, to the cabinet meeting where Elon Musk was a part of the meeting. You know, some people, how many out there have you been hearing the narrative from some of the left-leaning media that Trump's not even running things? Elon Musk is running the show, you know? Now, they've made some changes at the White House, at the Oval Office, and Air Force, as far as the media pool, right? Beginning to allow alternative media outlets to be in some of these gatherings. One of which apparently last week for that meeting was the Blaze. Glenn Beck runs Blaze News. And his senior editor for politics, Christopher Bedford, was just happened to be one of the first ever new media reporters that were permitted into the White House press pool. And he's now able to, dispel the narrative that Elon Musk is in charge. Elon Musk was sitting on the outside wall that day. If you tuned into that press conference, he was not sitting at the main cabinet table. He's not a member of the cabinet or someone who's at a cabinet level. There's a lot of different people along the back. And when he was called on by the president, who he called the commander-in-chief in his remarks, when he was called upon to answer questions that were specific to what he was working on and he was advising on, he gave answers. So this is the narrative that reporters, like many narratives and many reporters, walked in with. They decided Elon Musk is in charge of this cabinet meeting. It turns out neither in seating, nor in his differential treatment, nor in the way he responded, nor in the way he answered questions was that the case. Yeah, Musk was clearly not in charge. But he did offer Bedford an answer to one of his questions. He asked Musk about the email that he had sent to all those government employees, asking workers to just give us 5 things you've accomplished in the past work week, right? Made all the headlines last week. About half the government employees so far to have responded to your request for what they've been doing over the past week. Is there a timeline in place for like your next move? Are people going to get fired? When can the American people expect to see results from that? To be clear, Musk says, I think that email was perhaps misinterpreted as some sort of a performance review. In reality, actually, it was just a pulse check interview. If you have a pulse and 2 neurons, you can reply to an email. I don't think that's too high of a bar. Anyone could accomplish this. It's kind of spelling out. We're just looking to find how many individuals out there are actually on government payroll that maybe don't even exist. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, indeed, we were talking about a lot of wind that you're going to be facing out there in numerous states this week, starting later today, then Tuesday, Wednesday. Wind advisories, high wind warnings. Winds were already howling over the weekend. Interstate 40 near the state line was scheduled to reopen. Investigators say blowing dust may have been the cause of a serious wreck involving multiple commercial vehicles that left 4 dead on Saturday. Saturday, March 1, near Tonopah, Arizona, just before 1 in the afternoon along Interstate 10 during potentially unusual conditions, as they said. According to the Fox Weather, police said the incident was a chain reaction crash involving 6 tractor trailers, 4 passenger vehicles, a van, and an RV towing a trailer. As I said, 4 killed in the crash, 2 in critical condition, 6 more also injured. An official cause of the incident has not been released, but there were numerous dust storm warnings issued about the time of the crash. Investigators say the dust storm may have brought blowing dust to the area, severely reduced visibility. That's what we know at this point in time. But that's what they're also advising here over the next several days. Be aware. We could see many more dust events with the dry conditions and the incredible winds outside. In many cases, the winds are going to be there without rain or thunderstorms. So dust will be a concern. Use caution out there. Yeah, we got Daryl checking in this Monday morning. Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Everybody, the status quo, doing well. How about yourself?
Well, doing fine. I'm still trying to find some warm weather since I returned from El Salvador.
Yeah.
I just can't get warm in these 20-degree days. I believe I asked you last week if you'd ever driven in a sandstorm.
I have not.
Yeah, that's what you said, and you can see them coming from miles away usually. They don't just pop up in front of your eyes. You can see that sand rolling and coming at you. And I don't know why these guys got those trucks set on 62 or 65 and don't ever hit the brakes. But I feel sorry for the men that were involved and were killed in that sandstorm. But you just can't drive in them. They just blind you. You've been talking about the Doge survey, wanting to know if they would send back an email telling what they might be doing on their job. I worked for Prudential for 10 years, and every Friday at 10 o'clock, we had a sales meeting, and you had to tell what you did that week, how many policies you sold, how many contacts you made, and give a report to your sales manager.
Right.
And then the sales managers went in and gave a report to the district manager, and the district manager gave a report to the man in Florida. So that's not anything new for most companies that has sales employees. They have to report every Friday. And I suppose you have to give a report to somebody. And I think Bob Dylan wrote a song one day, everybody has to serve somebody.
Right. Well, it's pretty obvious where I am on the job. All they have to do is, if I'm not behind the microphone, they're going to want to know where the hell's Steve at, right? That's I mean, they know I'm here.
And maybe that's what they need to do. Maybe they just need to pick up the phone and call some of these people, see if they answer the phone. I got aggravated with the IRS one day and just started punching numbers, and a man picked up the phone and he said, "How did you get this number?" I said, "Well, I just dialed it." I said, "I got a question." He said, "I will answer your question if you promise never to call this number again."
Okay.
He said, "I am so far down in the system that my phone never rings." So maybe instead of sending out emails, Musk could just pick up the phone and start making phone calls. And if nobody answers for a week, that would give you a good idea that
ain't nobody
they're
home.
not working.
Yep.
How's the new dog, and have you got it trained yet?
Hey, the wife's doing most of the training, her and my daughter-in-law, but he's doing good. He's doing well. They're even trying. I told my wife, we're trying to teach Turbo too, she said. I said, "Honey, haven't you heard the old moniker, you can't teach an old dog new tricks?" And she said, no. Hey, watch this. She went over. Of course, he knows to sit and he knows the paw. Last night, she said, "All right, down, Turbo, down." And he actually laid down. I said, "Okay, I guess you can teach an old dog new tricks."
They are a delight. I tell you what, I've had two dogs for almost 17 years apiece, and you just get so attached to them that whenever you lose them, you lose a part of your heart. I think that's what you said when you lost your last dog.
That's yes, Layla.
Takes something out of you.
It does. Yep.
You have a good week, and hammer down.
All right. Good to hear from you
later.
there. Daryl, you do the same. Have a great week. About a minute before a news break. All right, we got, hey, Mike. That's not Captain Ron. It is the greatest day of the week. Yeah, Plowboy on board. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Now, coming up, we'll delve a little bit more. Trump's Ukraine strategy. Trying to get one thing straight. One thing straight. I'm no Putin fan, he says, but he's no zealot, and he will not try Trump. You can bank on that. Unlike the weak leadership of the past, Trump knows how to negotiate from a position of strength. His strategy in Ukraine is the only real path to peace, one that protects American interest, ensures Ukraine can rebuild, and prevents further escalation, all while keeping Putin in check. How can that be done? It's a realistic America first path to peace. We'll delve more into that in our next hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio insists the U.S. is committed to ending the war with Ukraine and Russia. Rubio appeared on ABC's This Week, and he says he hopes Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will see that and come to the negotiating table.
I'm not promising you it's possible. I'm not telling you it's 90% likely. I'm saying it's 0% likely if we don't get them to a negotiating table. And the sooner everyone grows up around here and figures out that this is a bad war that's heading in a bad direction with death and destruction and all kinds of dangers surrounding it that could spiral into a broader conflict, the sooner people grow up and realize that, I think the more progress we're going to be able to make.
He says a ceasefire deal will be difficult, but it's the best path forward. A federal judge says President Trump cannot fire the head of a top watchdog agency.
Trump has been trying to fire Hampton Dellinger, who leads the Office of Special Counsel and investigates whistleblower reports filed by government workers. In February, Dellinger sued the administration after receiving an email firing him without cause. Multiple lower courts and now a federal judge have all stopped his termination from going through. Trump has indicated he'll appeal this most recent ruling, paving a way for the case to make it to the Supreme Court. I'm Chris Caraccio.
Protesters assembled at over 50 Tesla showrooms across the nation on Saturday in protest of CEO Elon Musk and his Doge team firing federal employees.
The demonstrations are part of the Tesla takedown, which its website says hopes to encourage stakeholders to, quote, sell your Teslas, dump your stock, and join the picket lines. Nearly 1,000 protesters assembled with signs Saturday in Tucson, Arizona, declining sales have hurt Tesla's value, which Musk owns 13%. Tesla shares have dropped by almost 28%. I'm Jim Forbes.
Texas health officials say a case of measles has been confirmed in Austin, as thousands of people may have been exposed in the growing outbreak. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
West Virginia senators are considering legislation to further restrict treatment options for minors experiencing gender dysphoria.
This marks the 3rd time in 3 years lawmakers have focused on this issue following a 2023 bill that banned gender surgery for minors. Senate Bill 299 would forbid specific kinds of medication for gender transition for those under 18, with exceptions for certain medical conditions. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is declaring a state of emergency due to the growing wildfire concerns.
Governor Newsom says he wants to fast-track wildfire prevention projects. He issued a statement which read, "This emergency proclamation will cut bureaucratic red tape, including suspending CEQA and the Coastal Act that is slowing down critical forest management projects. This is all being done to get ahead of peak wildfire season." The governor's release continued, "These are forest management projects. We need to protect our communities most vulnerable to wildfire, and we're going to get them done." I'm Phil Farrar.
Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is running for mayor of New York City.
Cuomo officially entered the race Saturday, announcing it in a 17-minute video uploaded to his campaign website. On X, Cuomo said the city is in crisis. That's why he's running for mayor of New York City. Polls dating back several months found Cuomo could enter the 2025 mayoral race as a frontrunner, despite the sex harassment scandals that caused him to resign as New York's governor. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, another hour underway. What have we got? A Monday. Turn the page on the calendar. 3rd day of March coming on already. Here we go. Health Ranger, in regards to what unfolded Friday there in the White House. He says, on the record, I want to say that what Trump and Vance did to Zelensky today at the White House has been needed for a long time. Yes, it was shocking, yet gratifying to watch, and it demonstrates exactly why Trump was the right choice for president at this moment in history. This sets the tone for international negotiations. And the entire world watched and realized the Biden era of cognitive morons is over. And the new Trump era of tough, demanding negotiations and calling out their BS is now upon us. This will be good for America. Plus, it'll be fun to watch. There you go. Little entertainment. Hey, what do you say there? Horse feathers, ready for a new week?
Yeah, guess we got to go back to being legal citizens like the rest of the world now at this point. So that all started with the 1st of March. So we had to have a 34-hour restart before we could start our Saturday work. So I was out Saturday night into Sunday.
So you had a semblance of a weekend.
Not really, because by the time I got done Friday at like 4 o'clock in the morning, my restart came along. So then I was off Friday night into Saturday morning, but then I was out Saturday night into Sunday morning doing a load, and out Sunday night into Monday morning doing a load. So no, I didn't really get a real weekend, really. I mean, I didn't work hard all weekend, but I've been out here, every day, still, even though I had a 34-hour reset, I was still working Friday morning and Saturday night and Sunday morning and Sunday night and now Monday morning. So yeah, no real weekend for me, a few hours off to get some sleep and try to do a couple of things around the house. And most of Saturday afternoon was tying things down with concrete blocks to try to keep them in place. I don't know what you're talking about upcoming wind coming, but if it's even half of what we had on Saturday, Saturday night, I mean, because they had all the wind restrictions up on the bridges, no empty trailers, no empty house trailers, no parasails, but yeah, so it was pretty breezy out here. I mean, it wasn't anything to mess with if you had something that was square going down the road.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to be said about being 80,000 pounds and round. So anyways, I don't know. Captain Ron took care of what he needed to do today, so I heard that, and I sent you a few emails. Got one there for the brain dead. Even did you happen to catch that there's an up and coming star?
Yeah, I
in
did.
The Toyota racing development there.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound like it's going to be a Danica Patrick that's just dropped in out of to try to look like we're just going to fill a spot with what we need. No DEI here, you're on, and that's not Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. But the But anyway, so it looks like we could have a real racing woman in the bunk stuff here in the not too long future.
Do you know how to pronounce her name? It's Jade. Is it Avedsian? Is that it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. As I say, that's one to toss over there to Brain Dead. And
Okay.
Get to have him get all the full scoop on that, Your Honor. I just kind of came across it and I said, well, yeah, let's pass that along. But anyway, so I guess the big news for the Baltimore area is I believe from the information I saw, they decided on the bridge design, which will be the superstructure with the two big pillars and the triangular-looking cables that come down in the middle of the bridge. So there won't be anything to the outside of the bridge. Just those two big poles, and then and then the cables going down to hold it up. So that'll be something to see. And I don't know what they have for a timeline on, because of building a new bridge. They have to finish taking the rest of the old bridge down to make room to put the new bridge up. And from what I've understood originally, they were talking this bridge is going to be taller than what the key bridge was that was there, so that it'll allow bigger ships to come into the port, which I guess will help the cruise industry, because the cruise industry actually had to wait for low tide to get a couple of their smaller ships in. So if we get a bigger bridge put up, then maybe we'll get a couple larger cruise ships to be able to sail out of the Baltimore port, maybe be able to get a couple more locations. Because right now, as far as I know, it's one of the middle class ships that comes here. I can't remember what Carnival's ship is that comes here, but it's smaller than what we were with the Magic and everything, and well smaller than the Horizon we were on. And but anyways, they go down to the Bahamas and they go down to the Western Caribbean for like a 7 or 8 day cruise. But that's about as far as they range, because they don't have the amount of people on them to pay for the big trip, and the cruise industry, they make the big money on the riders in the open international water out there, because you got the casinos open and you got your jewelry sales open and all that other stuff that they do out there that they can do, because of taxes and everything. So they, that's why they got the bigger ships. That they have the big ships to have more people to make more money. They want them out there in the big water spending money. So, and it's good to be out there sailing. And what is it they're going to call that? Is that the East American Ocean? I think we got out there where the Bahamas. Anyways, I'm going to stick that in there anytime I can. And of course, off the California coast there, you got the West American Ocean, right?
Yeah.
But anyways, that's terrible. Shouldn't be allowed. That shouldn't be allowed, Your Honor. Should be a rule against that. Anyways, what else did I send you? Our local meteorologist here. We got 2 more things for Maryland. 1 more thing local here. Our local meteorologist was saying something about AI predicting the weather. Did you catch this, Your Honor? Do you know anything about the new models being predicted?
And the artificial intelligence model is kind of lining up with the actual meteorologist prognosticators models. Will AI become a better predictor of weather than the human?
Are we saying we're going to put the weathermen that have this guaranteed job, no matter how wrong they are, out of work?
Could happen.
But we can take care of that, because the state of Maryland, who now in the governor's first term, and I don't know, I think it's his first year, has gone from having surplus money to having deficit spending, Your Honor. And in the process of having deficit spending, do you know what they're going to do? They're going to hire more state employees, because Well, if you hire more state employees, that means they're going to pay more taxes to bring down the deficit, right?
Okay, right.
Oh, wait
okay.
Wait a minute. But don't we have to pay the state employees before they can pay their taxes?
Yeah. Last
so wouldn't
I
that
checked.
increase it? Wouldn't that increase the deficit if you have to pay? Now, is this kind of like a deal where you set a mirror up on one wall, and then you set a mirror up on the wall behind you, and you just look in the one mirror and you see the other one to see the other one to see it just keeps
It never ends.
It just makes your head hurt thinking about this stuff, Your Honor. But if anybody needs a job, if there's a federal worker out there that feels wrongly terminated from the United States government, if you know somebody that way in that position, just send them to Maryland, because Maryland's got a job for you. Absolutely. Come on down and be a part of the big giant sucking sound of Maryland. But anyways, I don't know. What else could we say, Your Honor? I don't know if there's any after that. I don't know if there's anything left we can say other than, boy, I hope. I mean, can we get Trump and Elon to come into Maryland and cut the wasteful spending? Can we go down to the state? Can we get them to come to the state levels? I'm just saying, Your Honor. But no, just keep blowing up the Democrats. Just keep blowing their minds with all this stuff, Your Honor. Just keep blowing them up. That's all I can say. Maybe we can get to the bottom of it. But be a long way to go. But it definitely will be interesting to look back at 4 years and see what happened in the previous 4 years. But how long have we been now? We haven't even been 60 days yet, have we, Your Honor?
No, not yet.
And then that's 60 days. That's not even 60 days, including weekends. I mean, you take the weekends out, and heck, you're probably down to like 40 days or 45 days. So, man, what a turnaround in that. And I guess I might have upset a couple of the people with the fan page there, but I came across a clip of Joe Biden and how he has misspoke pretty much the whole time he was a senator, and there was a lot of the mainstream news all the way back to like Sam Donaldson and Dan Rather and all that. I kind of posted that clip on one of the fan pages there. So a couple people liked it, a couple people didn't. Some people thought that we've had enough of Biden and we can just forget him. I think we really need to remember how bad he was so we don't repeat it. But I don't know. Anyways, I guess with that, we'll let you get back and do your due diligence. And
on the greatest day of the week. All right. Thank you very much. Have a good morning, horse feathers. All right. Before I get to Plowboy, just before the break, you're kind of going back and discussing what occurred there on Friday. And Trump, his strategy in Ukraine, a strategy, one that would actually protect our interest, ensures Ukraine can rebuild and prevents further escalation by keeping Putin in check. Now, what he was referring to was an implied security guarantee without actually dragging us into the war. Trump understands Ukraine needs security, but if we actually try to give them some sort of a formal guarantee, that would be reckless, potentially putting U.S. troops into another endless war. What he offered them was more or less an implied security guarantee through an economic partnership, a mutual mineral deal that ties our interests directly into Ukraine's future. Think about it. If U.S. companies own 50% of the Ukraine mineral and oil reserves, those suddenly become American interest on the ground. And Putin, for all his flaws, is not suicidal. He knows attacking U.S. economic assets would be suicidal, triggering a direct American response. He may be a psychopath, but he's not going to risk total war over what he already controls. The deal Putin will accept. Trump's approach acknowledges the reality that Russia has held Crimea and the Donbas since 2014, No amount of foreign aid or wishful thinking is going to change that. Instead of dragging Ukraine into a prolonged war they cannot win. Trump pushing for a negotiated peace that allows Ukraine to rebuild while ensuring Russia does not advance further. And here's the key. Putin would work with that. Why? Because it gives him what he's wanted all along, control over regions that he already holds without further escalation. In return, the U.S. and Ukraine get a stable economic-based relationship that secures American investment and ensures Ukraine's sovereignty. Zelensky is essentially stalling for his own survival. Call it like it is. Zelensky isn't rejecting Trump's approach because it's bad for Ukraine. He's rejected it because it's bad for him. The second peace is achieved, he has to stand for election. And he believes he'll lose. That's why he's stalling, prolonging the war, keeping the conflict alive for his own political survival. But his own government is turning against him. Reports indicate Ukraine's parliament has just called an emergency session to discuss impeachment. The writing is on the wall. Ukraine's leadership is acting in their own self-interest, not the interest of its people. It's a win-win for everyone except Zelensky. Trump's plan protects our interest, secures Ukraine's future, forces Putin to stay in check. We, the U.S., gets its investment back and stops funding an endless war. Ukraine essentially gets economic security without being strung along with false NATO promises. Now, Russia gets to keep what it already controlled, meaning Putin has no incentive to keep fighting. A U.S. presence in Ukraine's economy would deter any further or future Russian aggression. In conclusion, Trump's strategy, the only way forward. This is how you win without war. Trump is leveraging economic power to provide Ukraine with security, ensuring the U.S. gets repaid and keeping Putin from escalating, all without a single American boot on the ground. Meanwhile, Zelensky's days are numbered, and Ukraine's parliament is finally seeing the truth. He has been fighting for himself, not for Ukraine. And just before I came across that breakdown, Pappy did send me a big question mark, Zelensky. Apparently, Steve Bannon was reporting just hours after the office, a member of parliament stated that they were drawing up impeachment papers on Zelensky. He said, I don't know if that's mentioned that or not, but so apparently that is the parliament in Ukraine. Are they saying, Zelensky, you're not doing us any favors here. We had a golden opportunity to move forward and end this. What you just did was dumbfounding. All right, Plowboy checks in on a Monday. Did you have a weekend or work?
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, we worked all weekend like normal. Yours?
Short and sweet.
Yeah, but
I had a weekend.
No, that's why I was going to bring up. I've seen that too about impeachment of
Zelensky.
Yeah, Monica, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that meeting the other day. I got a question for you and Pappy and a few others. Have you ever seen a vice president involved in a meeting like JD was there, sir?
I was very impressed the way he was, and I think Trump was impressed of the way he's, as JD was going off on Zelensky, and Trump was he had to be proud of his vice president at that moment.
That's what I was exactly thinking, sir. I mean, brother, it was just like, okay, if you come back in this office 4 years from now, you got to fight with him. I mean, when I was like, this ain't going to happen again. You better get your ducks in a row, and you better be prepared to march like we want you to march, and no straying either side of the line. I mean, honestly, that brought more favor. I've kind of been, I guess you could say, straddle line with JD, but this one really threw it over. I mean, it just, did I hear with horse feathers and you talking, is Elon going to make all the weathermen come out and send in emails how many times they've been right in the last 30 days?
That was a suggestion. No, I said, I guess they said for the very first time, there's actually an artificial intelligence model, weather model, for this week, as a matter of fact. It's I think it was March 7th through the 9th that was making a forecast that the actual mainstream meteorologists were saying is matching up with their predictions. So, and this particular forecaster was trying to say this is pretty historic. It's history in the making. Our first chance at artificial intelligence snow forecasting. He said, I don't think some of you understand. This is weather history. The first snow output from an artificial intelligence model, a model that learns from past mistakes. This is not hype. It's history in the making. So that's, I don't know.
I have to see, I guess, but I know our model here is going to hell up here in Kansas City. We're supposed to have a beautiful day tomorrow, and
and it all goes downhill from there. Yeah,
tomorrow. And even talk about a possible snow event after midnight here, and I'm disheartened, regretting that one.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait till it get past. But real quickly, I heard you got a booth. Did you have a booth change? I guess it's been a while since I've been down there. At Mid-America, are you going to be close enough to the door so you can step out and have your cigarette break in between, or?
Oh, it's actually it's the back door, not the front door. If you know what I mean. We're no longer. We haven't been. I mean that was with 700. We were up in the lobby there in the what was that North Wing lobby? I think it was.
I just heard that when you said that, but I seen this morning, and I haven't heard anybody touch on it. Where that FedEx plane, since I know Dingbat will probably be messaging you after a while, FedEx blew that damn engine up with that damn bird strike. Did you see that?
Yes. And that's the kind of, those things are not uncommon. Bird strikes happen on a fairly regular basis, but they were able to safely land. Hold the thought.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio insists the U.S. is committed to ending the war with Ukraine and Russia. Rubio appeared on ABC's This Week, and he says he hopes Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will see that and come to the negotiating table.
And the sooner everyone grows up around here and figures out that this is a bad war that's heading in a bad direction with death and destruction and all kinds of dangers surrounding it that could spiral into a broader conflict.
He says a ceasefire deal will be difficult, but it's the best path forward. A federal judge says President Trump cannot fire the head of a top watchdog agency.
Trump has been trying to fire Hampton Dellinger, who leads the Office of Special Counsel and investigates whistleblower reports filed by government workers. In February, Dellinger sued the administration after receiving an email firing him without cause. Multiple lower courts and now a federal judge have all stopped his termination from going through. I'm Chris Caraccio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. Left off there talking about, the FedEx cargo plane making an emergency landing at a busy New Jersey airport Saturday after a bird strike, causing the engine fire that some folks caught on camera in the morning sky. The plane landed at Newark Liberty Airport during the emergency. No reported injuries. The fire was contained to the engine. Audio recorded by Live ATC captured a person calmly saying the aircraft needed to shut down for a possible bird strike immediately. We need to return to the airport. Moments later, a person heard saying, "We believe we saw their engine fall off the right wing." Audio indicates the strike happened when the plane was several hundred feet off the ground. So the emergency landing did cause air traffic to be briefly halted as a precaution. Operations resumed shortly thereafter. This all unfolded a little after 8 a.m. 3 were on board the craft. All were safely able to get off the plane. Anyway, the plane was, headed for Indianapolis, but due to the bird strike, declaring the emergency, returning safely to Newark with the resulting engine damage, which included an engine fire there. I guess that's the kind of things they have to train for on a regular basis. In this case, sounds like everything worked out as expected. All right, welcome back, Plowboy.
That was great, especially when you didn't lose any life and you didn't lose any equipment. You couldn't ask for anything better than that. But, I did have one more thing, so thanks for going back and reading that again. Well, we hear Governor Cuomo make it to being dumb of New York City. Where he finally put in his bid for it.
I wouldn't put it past the people of New York. I can't imagine, but yeah, those are the kind of things that happen there. Who would have ever thought AOC would be elected, 3 times now? Is it second, third time? It's nuts.
Oh, my God. Steve, every damn time I see her, she was just on. They had her talking about something this morning. I had to block the darn. Oh, my God, Steve. She's about as lost as I've ever seen. I'll put it this way. She's almost made some of them look like a saint that you and I used to cuss. I mean, I forget what she was talking. Oh, about the immigrants and all that garbage. I mean, yeah, I hit that mute button quick. But, well, they gave me the green light, so I guess I better get off here. I appreciate it, Steve. Y'all have a good day.
Go to work, make some money, all right, which is something. Apparently, hundreds of workers at a Volvo plant are going to be looking somewhere else to do, making money, that is. Hundreds of workers expected to be laid off at the Volvo plant in Virginia next month. Between 250 and 350 workers are to be laid off from the New River Valley Volvo truck assembly plant in Dublin, Virginia. According to reports, the job cuts will be based on seniority, and it's not clear whether they'll be permanent, but they're expected to happen by the end of this month, March 25, according to an employee newsletter obtained by WFXR. The layoffs are due in part to the completion of a manufacturing phase of the new Volvo VNL, and also in part to maybe some anticipated impacts on tariffs on imported goods. A Volvo spokesperson says that reduced demand in the heavy-duty truck market is a reason for the upcoming cuts. This facility employs about 3,600 people, and it is the largest Volvo truck manufacturing facility in the world. This plant produces all Volvo trucks that are sold in North America, including the VNR, the VNR Electric, the VNL, VNX, VHD, and VAH models. All North American Volvo trucks, but supply and demand, there you go. Hello to the Booze Traveler. With his 2 cents this morning, says Zelensky's not being very smart during this whole ordeal, and it seems like he wants to do things right, but he needs to be better educated on how to do it. He should already know this stuff. Meanwhile, Putin has always seemed to kind of get along with Trump. They do work with each other, but people should remember, Russia brought in help when asked during the start of the whole COVID-19, which that is true, but Trump knows how to keep him in check. And yes, you are correct. We shared in our first hour when we did our travelers weather, that there is a distinct possibility of a tornado outbreak happening from Kentucky, Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas, Alabama to the Virginia starting Tuesday, or even maybe late Monday night. Starting the further west you go, Monday night, it's going to be a Monday night, Tuesday into Wednesday night kind of crossing from Texas to Florida all the way up into the eastern seaboard. And Tuesday, it sounds like the greatest tornado threat is going to indeed be on Tuesday, where they say several dozen tornadoes may occur. So heads up, be prepared for that this week. Going to be an active pattern. Morning, Philip. How we doing this Monday?
On the way to work here, buddy, just like I'm always doing. I'm on my way to work. Hey, real quick before I talk what I want to talk about, but we've been weather forecasting with AI for years. I mean, all these models that we have out there, it's AI. It's just they're using a model, and I don't know why everybody's getting so excited about AI. I mean, it's been around forever, but it's just now people are now seeing the prominence of it. What do you think, Steve?
Well, I guess all the models that they run are based on what the human input into the computers to make a model. And I'm not really understanding when they say this AI is it working just to improve itself based on that, or is it learning, like they say, that they can learn and learn things even more than the human has put into them?
The only thing I can think of and how they're using this, they're saying it's AI, is this AI is taking all the models' data, so like all the data from all these models over the years, and it's putting together for a master plan, and then it's showing them what it thinks going to happen, if that makes sense. Okay. That's the only thing I can think of in using the term AI. But we've been using models for years.
Sure.
I mean, the very first really big, huge thing in weather, and Walter Cronkite was actually involved with this one, was radar. When they figured out that they could use radar to predict weather, that's when it started really turning. And AI is probably, what I'm seeing here, what I'm gathering from what you said and what I've heard, AI is just gathering the data from all of the models, not just one, but all of them, and putting it together and making its own deal. And that's what I'm thinking. But we've used AI for years on that kind of stuff. I don't know why they think it, because a model is a variation of AI. It's come along as things improve. We have satellites that are better now. We have everything that's a lot better now. That it's going to get the forecasting a lot better as well. Now, getting on to what I want to talk about is, Steve, have you opened up your Facebook lately and seen this thing of, let's have an economic boycott? Have you seen that?
I can't say that I have.
Okay, so over the weekend, I opened up my Facebook, and I've got friends that are on the other side as well, as whatever. But it's just like an economic boycott. Okay, so on this day, we're going to boycott Walmart. On this day, we're going to boycott Amazon. On this day, we're going to boycott McDonald's. We're trying to get these boycotts going.
Okay.
Now, I don't think that's going to work.
No.
Because think of it this way, Steve. Somebody is always got to go to the store and buy groceries. If they don't have a garden, they don't have any means of doing what they need to be self-sufficient, they are going to go and buy something at the store or buy whatever they need. Okay, so if somebody doesn't have the availability to make a meal, what are they going to do? They're going to run down to McDonald's and buy something to eat. So I don't know how these economic boycotts are going to make a stance with businesses. What do you think, Steve?
If you don't shop at Walmart on Monday and just postpone it till Tuesday, you're still spending the money, just a different day. And the same goes if you don't spend it for a whole week and you go back next week. Unless you're going to boycott forever, it's not going to make any difference.
It doesn't make any sense. One day of profitability going down is not going to stop that business from doing their practices. Okay? It ain't going to happen. I'm sorry. That's just the way business works. Think about it this way. Where do you think all that money goes when we have these storms and everybody goes down and buys all the toilet paper and all the water and we knock out the shelves? Where do you think that money goes? Where do you think it goes, Steve? You buy extra loads of toilet paper and all this stuff. Where do you think all that money goes? You know, like Amazon. There's always going to be somebody that needs something. I mean, they thought up their business plan to where they think that somebody's going to need something all the time, and that's how they work. I mean, Steve, think about how reliant we are on electricity today with power. Now, are you going to boycott your power when it's 20 below zero outside, Steve? Are you going to do that? Does that make sense? I mean, come on. They put us in positions to where we're relying on things like insurance. I can't have my driver's license unless if I own this car, I've got to have insurance to keep my driver's license. So they made it reliant to where I've got to have insurance on my car. Is that going to stop a business and put them out of business or stop doing their practices? Nope, sure not. You know, somebody's always going to keep doing it. And that's the way it is. I don't know. I just didn't know if you had saw these on Facebook or not. I don't know. Have you so you haven't seen any of this, Steve?
No, I have not. Nope.
Yeah, I have. I've seen it. I started seeing it over the weekend, and I'm like, okay, who's thinking this up? You know, because that's kind of crazy in my world. I mean, business is business. Not to mention, Steve, didn't you just mention about Volvo laying off some folks?
Correct.
Steve?
Yep.
All right. So think about this, folks. If you want to drive down the economy, you're going to drive somebody out of a job. So you want to cut back at Walmart? That's fine. Go ahead, cut back. Because then Walmart can say, hey, instead of using 10 people to do the job, maybe we only need 5. You know, it's kind of like trucking companies. You know, hey, dude, loads are down now. Instead of needing 20 trucks, we only need 10. So where are those 10 drivers going to go? They got to go somewhere. And a lot of people don't think about that part of the equation. You know, just like overtime. Steve, how many hourly jobs did you ever have besides radio, Steve?
Hourly. I had a couple of other hourly jobs.
Okay, so like a lot of us hourly folk out here, you know, a lot of people depend on overtime. Okay, they depend on it. I mean, they build their life around overtime. You know, and what happens when a company says, "Hey, dude, our sales are down. We don't need that overtime no more, and we cut it out of the way." Then what's that do to those folks? That puts them into another economical situation. So, not want to think the plan out before you start saying, well, let's have a boycott, you know? So, but that's food for thought. That's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me.
All right. Enjoy your Monday, greatest day of the week, which, of course, he gets a very short weekend. 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
From the state of Wyoming, I'll share the headline. We'll delve more into a kind of an in-depth breakdown, but I say this is 100% correct. Traffic crashes involving large commercial trucks have been on the rise since 2016. Some in the industry are pointing to a simultaneous rise in non-English speaking truckers. Yeah, Wyoming, no stranger to deadly large truck crashes. Yeah, they had the most per capita at 5.1 per 100,000 people in 2022. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, that's nearly 3 times the national average of 1.8 fatal truck crashes per 100,000 people. Yeah, but the data from the National Safety Council shows fatal crashes involving large trucks rising consistently starting in 2016, right on up through 2022, where there were 5,837 in that year. Yeah, by contrast, those actual figures stayed below 4,000 from 2009 to 2014. Yeah, what might be a contributing factor there? So, what changed? The long story short, it's going to be when we stopped enforcing, as the Green Book still spells out, you must be able to speak and read the English language to be a commercial vehicle driver. They eliminated that. They stopped enforcing that. You think that's a contributor? Like we said, got a lot more on that we'll get to coming up here. Brain Dead, what's happening this Monday? Good morning.
Hey, Steve, can you come back to me after the break? I need to try to get out of here for a minute. I'm at the warehouse.
All right, take care of business. Yeah, we're several minutes away, but let me see. Yeah, would that be, is that our friend Douglas? Morning, Douglas. Maybe not. Maybe he gave up. All right, so we'll come on down. Next in line. What's the irony? Hello, Dingbat.
Hello. I'm lucky contestant number 3, I guess.
Yeah, our third time's a charm.
So that does include a free bottle of Hot Shot Secret, right?
Sure.
How are you doing today?
Oh, it's the greatest day of the week, according to our friend Captain Ron. How about you?
Today's my Wednesday.
So it's hump day. It's hump day for Dingbat.
Right. Yeah, I pulled I was a 13.5-hour shift yesterday, so I'm like, I woke up from a little nap, took Brain Dead to work, and on my way back home to do a couple of things and try to go back to sleep a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all were talking about that bird strike with FedEx. That's kind of interesting because, A, it's that type of year right now, you know, where the birds don't know if it's north, south, whatever. That's kind of interesting because Eskimo Mom sent me that news story. I was like, wow, that's kind of unusual for a FedEx plane that happened to go on. But I was gonna call in. It was an airplane of 767 known as the Screamer. If you want to talk about FedEx terminology, that is a Screamer. You can hear it when it flies over you. So, and I was like, well, first thing I thought about the bird strike was the guy that, what's his name, that, like, landed in the Hudson.
Yeah.
Because it was a bird strike.
Correct.
So it's kind of, I mean, these planes, I mean, there's some good pilots out there that'll land that plane just perfect, and some are just not that good, I should say.
I'm trying to remember. Again, that was the famous Sully Sullenberg, wasn't that his name? See, in that case, they had a bird strike on one engine for these two-engine craft. One engine's supposed to be able to get them back to the airport, but if memory serves, didn't they had both engines taken out with birds?
Correct. There was a documentary that Tom Hanks, lovely Tom Hanks, was.
Right.
Good actor. I mean, he did Castaway, and he's a good character, character role model, for these movies that he picks out, just like Morgan Freeman, Tom Hanks, But when I looked up the story, I was like, wow, believe it or not, that plane just took off from Memphis, was on his way to New York, and on the way to Indianapolis, like you said. I was like, geez, that's something you don't hear every day.
Right. Yep.
So, I just want to call and check in, give a little feedback about it. It was a 767, and all the crew members were okay. I bet they were a little shook up, but that's how, like I always say, like I was taught by one of the pilots, there's something going up there that we don't know about down here. It could be perfect down here, rain or whatever like that, but it could be some high winds up there that we don't know about.
Mm-hmm. Well,
also, they do 600 miles an hour up there.
I guess the good news is they didn't end up on some deserted island, right? With Wilson.
Right. I'm still asking that. I'm trying to find him. Have you ever found him yet?
Yeah, no, I haven't found him yet. All right, Dingbat. Hey, we'll get to we do have our interesting facts here for a manic Monday, right? All right, for her, it's actually Friday Eve, as she put it, but let's get a news break here. We close out. We roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. European leaders are pledging billions in support of Ukraine following an emergency summit in London. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the UK, France, and others will work together to figure out a plan to stop the fighting.
Europe must do the heavy lifting, but to support peace in our continent and to succeed, this effort must have strong US backing.
Starmer announced a loan of nearly $3 billion for Ukraine, which would be funded through the freezing of Russian assets. Starmer noted the plan is being worked on in coordination with the U.S. and will have U.S. backing. South Carolina is under a state of emergency as wildfires ravage the state.
Governor Henry McMaster made the declaration Sunday as one of the largest fires threatens residents in Myrtle Beach. That fire in the Carolina forest has burned over 1,000 acres and is 0% contained. Meanwhile, the North Carolina Fire Service says a wildfire in Polk County has destroyed at least 400 acres and is also 0% contained. I'm Lisa Carton.
The Los Angeles Department of Water and Power officials say they were in the dark about non-working fire hydrants ahead of the deadly Palisades wildfire.
While the Los Angeles Fire Department knew months before the fires that 1,350 fire hydrants were in need of repair, the department did not alert the DWP until mid-February about it. DWP CEO Janice Quinones says a report given to the DWP in August did not flag any hydrants as needing to be repaired. I'm Jim Roop.
Investigators say a landing gear failure may have led to the deadly plane crash recently in Scottsdale.
The NTSB released a preliminary report Thursday which said the Learjet's left landing gear was not in a normal position when it landed at the Scottsdale airport. The jet was traveling roughly 55 miles per hour when it veered off the runway and crashed into a Gulfstream jet which was parked. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
President Trump says tariffs against Canada and Mexico will begin on March 4th.
In a post on Truth Social, Trump said China will also be charged an additional 10% tariff on that date as well. The president said the tariffs are meant to stop fentanyl from entering the U.S. He added the tariffs will be enforced until the drug stops flowing into the country. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Home sales are down to the lowest level on record.
Pending sales dropped 4.6% in January, the lowest since the National Association of Realtors began tracking it in 2001. NAR's chief economist said the coldest January this century could have contributed to fewer buyers in the market. But high home prices and mortgage rates have also strained affordability. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump has announced a new pathway to citizenship for wealthy investors.
He announced Tuesday the U.S. will sell what's called the gold card.
We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship.
Speaking in the Oval Office, Trump said the gold card will be similar to a green card, but at a higher level of sophistication. Trump said, quote, wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying the card. He said those who get the gold card will be spending a lot of money, paying a lot of taxes, and employing a lot of people. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Critics say citizenship should not be for sale. San Antonio Congressman Joaquin Castro.
It's an obscene thing for him to do, considering everything else that he's done on immigration.
Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Monday. Good to have you on board. Hope you had a good weekend, but it's back to the old grind, as they say. All right, Brain Dead, I got you lined up here. You'll probably be interested in chiming in on this, so let me go ahead and give some of the details. We were talking about, what happened in 2016. Why have we seen a consistent trend of more crashes involving commercial vehicles? A guy by the name of Shannon Everett is the co-founder of a trucker advocacy group, American Truckers United, who points out 2016 was a pivotal year for deadly truck crash statistics. That was the year the FMCSA issued that memorandum telling safety inspectors not to suspend commercial drivers for failing to communicate in English. Yet that guidance, despite the federal rule that still to this day says a person shall not drive a commercial vehicle unless they can converse with the general public, understand highway traffic signs and signals in English, respond to official inquiries, and enter his own reports. Since they've told everybody to stand down, no longer enforcing, when they issue the license, the drivers are just getting let go. And because of that, they've become emboldened. Now, we have a flood of non-English speaking drivers entering the United States. The dramatic rise in fatal truck crashes has risen since that memo was issued. Even at the same time as the industry continues to adopt more and more safety measures, cameras, collision mitigation systems, driver-facing cameras. When the 64-year-old Colorado resident Scott Miller was hit and killed last June by a truck, an operator who'd already been deported to Mexico 16 times. Everett, who's been in the trucking industry for 26 years, said he decided to start this group. No one knew what was going on. No one in the public knows all these guys are being allowed on our highways. His group draws attention to the prevalence of drivers who are not proficient in English, who aren't familiar with winter driving hazards, and may be working for cheap wages through foreign or non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses. If this isn't curbed, we're going to wake up one day and that's all that's going to be operating in the American trucking industry. At Wyoming's Evanston Port of Entry, it is not uncommon for Wyoming Highway Patrol inspectors to encounter truckers with non-domiciled, non-citizen licensed commercial driver's licenses. Washington Highway Patrol officer Aaron Healy told Cowboy State Daily they're common out They're common out of other jurisdictions, maybe Illinois, New York. Encountering drivers who are not proficient in English tends to be a daily occurrence, he said. Between October 1 of 2023, September 30 of 24, Wyoming Highway Patrol inspectors listed non-English proficiency violations in 410 inspections. But inspectors have to follow federal guidelines, including the 2016 memo ordering not to suspend those drivers for that specific violation. Yeah, Wyoming doesn't they do not issue many non-domicile CDLs of their own. As of February 21, there were 28,297 CDLs licensed through the state. Only 57 of those were non-domicile. To get a non-domicile CDL in Wyoming, the person has to prove he's legally present in the United States. That test is given in English. Generally speaking, those do come from the farm and ranch sector. Wyoming is not one of the 10 states that American Truckers United has identified as recklessly offering a large number of non-domicile CDLs. But its status as having the most fatal crashes per capita is concerning. It's a sign that other states, or maybe Canada, are flooding it with drivers that cannot handle its terrain and conditions. It's a lot more complicated and challenging to drive in Wyoming, traversing mountains, tunnels, windy conditions. You get intimidated driving through this state. The legislature passed House Bill 116 this session, which would void driver's license other states issue to illegal immigrants. That is waiting for action on the governor's desk right now. Now, although based out of South Dakota, Mark Telkamp actually hauls jet fuel out of Newcastle, Wyoming. When he encounters truckers who don't know enough English to tell a teller which fuel island they're parked at, he wonders, well, how can they read the road signs? Where does the safety come into play? If you can't read the signs, you can't speak English, why are you doing this? The FMCSA did not respond to an inquiry about whether any jurisdictions administer the CDL test in foreign languages. Truckers used to communicate with each other constantly. Now, he misses the CB radio, he said, which very few truckers have these days, and which some trucking companies actually prohibit, believe it or not. And he sees a lot of fear in other truckers. I remember the days you could get behind another trucker on the road. You could trust him to know how to drive. But those guys, they're so scared. The roads teem with truck drivers who are scared of the snow. They drive 30 on the interstate when experienced truckers flow along at 50. That is a safety issue. If you're going down a hill too slow to make it up the other side, that's a safety issue. If you don't know how to throw chains, that's a safety issue. Language barriers and the vastly different drive cultures of some of the truckers' countries of origin are only partly to blame. But those are all problems. A lack of experience, including among truckers born in the U.S., is also a huge problem. It's making trucking insurance companies harder to deal with. I understand it's hard to dispatch a truck to where you're only running, say, I-40 and I-10 and staying out of the snow, but damn, these people need to learn somewhere other than out on the road. He said the CDL tests should actually vet people's skills better. There is not a dedicated winter component to the standard CDL driving test under the FMCSA. But the test skill still expects people to demonstrate safe driving practices that are relevant to winter conditions, like vehicle checks, speed and slippery conditions, and knowing how to handle snow and ice on the road. Another driver, Richard Nielsen, out of Gillette, Wyoming. Oh, he's not a truck driver. He works for an industrial service company that handles a lot of freight. He said, I first noticed language barriers between myself and truckers a couple of years ago. He was working at a power plant in Craig, Colorado. And when drivers brought in the coal pulverizer parts, other workers had to use the Google Translate application to do business with them. Now it seems to be more and more prevalent every day. You got truck drivers that don't speak a word of English. Last year, Nielsen was driving to Nebraska for a job and watched a semi-truck drive off the interstate, jump a bridge, and pile up on the side of the road. When I tried to help him, he didn't speak any damn English. He was actually all right. I don't know how. All right, Everett's group just backed the introduction of a bill in the Arkansas General Assembly, which will strip state recognition of Canadian CDLs and require English proficiency on the state enforcement level. It would also require prosecutors to charge vehicular homicide against any trucker who causes a death who is not a U.S. citizen and does not have a valid CDL from the U.S. or Puerto Rico. In addition to the non-domicile CDL holders, some drivers are operating in the U.S. on foreign CDLs as well. Tiny pop-up trucking operations, bring them in as cheap labor. These are not your well-known trucking companies. These are going to be the one or two truck operations that pop up operating on lax states, out of lax states, and they come into our communities. This, he says, I do not believe this is necessary to fill a so-called trucker shortage. If they're saying there's a shortage, they're actually creating it by forcing ordinary Americans to compete with slave wages. Very, very true. All right, brain dead. I know you've got things in regards to NASCAR, but you see it out there every day, I bet, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you for holding me over, Steve. Yeah, you got impeccable timing. I'm sitting there hooking up to my trailer, getting ready to leave the warehouse, and you decide to come to me, and I'm like, crap. But no, that story's spot on. I mean, that is the issue, and the lack of training. I mean, it's not so much the language, it's the lack of training. I mean, when you can sit there and be hired today and then 30 days later be training another driver, we got a problem. And like, I've been driving as long as that guy who's part of that advocacy group. And back in the day, you had to have 1 year with the company before they'd even consider you for a trainer. Mm-hmm. And there is a shortage, but the shortage of good drivers, such as myself and Gouger and the rest of the listeners to this program. But we're aging out, we're retiring out, or we've just had enough and we're getting out. I mean, we have had enough. I don't think that having a CDL test is going to help you in winter driving conditions, because here's the thing. Florida doesn't get any snow. Okay, well, this year was a rare exception, but still, there's no snow in Florida. Mm-hmm. So how do you drive on snow? You don't. But the guy the tanker driver in Wyoming that made the comment, well, those guys are running 30 mile an hour, need to get off the road. I was told, drive on how you feel safe on when it's conditions like that. So if I'm doing 35, 40, I'm in the right-hand lane. I'm just bebopping along, staying with the flow of traffic. And if you want to go 50 and wreck your load of jet fuel and spill it all over the highway, hey, by all means, go right ahead. I'm not going to stop you, because that's how you feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable going that fast. But there are those ones that are like, okay, well, you just need to stay in a truck stop. Well, hell, if that's the case, I'd just be in Wyoming for the next 3 to 6 months. Got to get moving somehow. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know Porn Star's up there. He's used to it. And Porn Star will tell you, and true, down here we shut everything down. You know, the police department even goes and hides out in the donut shop. But yeah, the language is the number one problem. The lack of training is the number two problem. But how do you get that done on a CDL test? I have no clue, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't. The driver shortage? No, I don't think we have a driver shortage. I mean, like, who was it here a few weeks back said that we don't have a driver shortage? Just go look at the truck. Just go look at the truck stops on any given night where they're stacked up and 2 and 3 deep, and then the driveways and the parking and the fuel islands everywhere. We don't have a driver shortage. We really don't. It's all just a bunch of figment that the ATA companies, you know, insert name, are having a problem keeping drivers because they are paying them a slave wage.
Right.
They really are.
Yep.
I mean, you look at Kroger. We only got out of this warehouse. I can't answer for any others, but this warehouse we only got 120 drivers. And I was talking to the guy who's fixing to be moving up in the company at the warehouse, and I said, "Wow, you know, I'm kind of impressed. We just don't hire anybody and everybody." He says, "You're right. Unlike the warehouse, whose only hiring requirements breathing, pulse, and no intelligence, I actually do care about who I hire and who I put on the road, and I want to find the best people for the job, not people that just want the job." So, they could take pride in not pride, but they could take take a better way of screening people. In other words, but the other thing too is the damn foreigners are the ones that's out here driving reckless. I mean, it's like NASCAR. It's like yesterday we had not a forest fire. One of those median strips was on fire.
Mm-hmm.
There's a cop sitting over here with blue lights blinking away that Ray Charles could see it from outer space. I've got my blinker on for half a mile, and he's sitting here blocking me out. It's like, do you not understand the law that says move over or slow down? So what happened? I finally backed out enough of it for him to see the blue lights. You go, "Oh, my friend, come on over, my friend. I'm sorry, come on over." But these are the same idiots that would run you over in a New York second, not even think twice about it, Steve.
Yeah.
They only worried about the freight and getting the freight off and moving the freight because they're hauling cheap freight. That's the problem. I'll post some of these I find on Facebook. These reels. This guy is either a dispatcher or a load planner for a company or whatnot, and he'll call up, or somebody will call him up and say, "Hey, I got a load going from here to here," and he's like, "Well, no, I got to have this much money." And they're like, "Oh, no, we can't do that. We can do it for this much." He's like, "No, I'm doing it for this much," and they laugh and hang up. And it's like and he sat there and made a good point on one day I saw. He said, "Well, you know, somebody will haul it." Well, yeah, somebody will haul it. Because they just see the load and the revenue. They don't think about anything else.
Yeah.
So, how was your weekend there, buddy?
Oh, I had a good weekend, short and sweet. Spent some time with the grandkids. Little Aubrey and Avery spent the night with us there Friday night into Saturday morning. Got to have pizza.
And I guess, pizza. You know what? That sounds good. Now, I don't want that Papa John's crap that dingbat was bringing home, that all fuzzy.
Yeah.
You know, had that fuzzy green cheese on it. I had to pass up, you know, when Pup's still waiting on his pizza up there. But, yeah, I heard horse feathers there, and I did not see that story, but thank you, sir, for greatly turning me on to that story. She's part of the Cars Tour. Now, the Cars Tour it's a joint partnership between Kevin Harvick, Jeff Burton, Dale Jr., and Trackhouse Racing. And it's like the T-ball series of baseball. And she obviously is going to be something to watch here in the upcoming future.
Mm-hmm.
If she won this race, because the next move up is going to ARCA. If she takes her time, because she's young enough, if she takes her time and gets there, she could be better than Danica Patrick. Because Danica came from IndyCar to NASCAR and couldn't make it. A lot of those ones that make the jump between the two, there's two different handlings of the car. There's two different characteristics of the car. And you can't do one and flip to the other one and be just the same. But Danica, excuse me, Danica was even mediocre, even in IndyCar. I mean, all she was really was an attraction to get people and the women to come into the NASCAR circuit. Excuse me. Now she's coming up through the stock car ranks. Now, could she be the next Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt? Only time will tell.
Mm-hmm.
But she needs to make that next leap to the ARCA series, because those cars handle and run a lot different, have a lot different horsepower. Because if she can do this in, say, ARCA and Truck Series, I think she's got a really good future on her hands. I really do. I have to keep my eye on her. But, Steve, you know, we had that Circuit of America race today, this past day.
Yes.
I tell you what, it didn't disappoint. Oh, let me see, Mutt Food. Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. I get my grocery list again. How do I do that? There we go. Christopher Bell won the race, back-to-back races. Wow, can you believe that?
How does, I
it's
mean,
his third ever.
How uncommon first of all, most often drivers are really good like on a super speedway, or they're really good on road courses. I don't know, how common is it for someone to win back-to-back on a super speedway and then a road course? That's pretty unheard of.
It is pretty unheard of, but it's also timing, too. It's also about the timing, because it doesn't matter where you start, it's where you finish, because Christopher Bell last week led to one lap. That was the important lap, and that was the last lap. That's all he needed. But it is a lot, and see, this is why I love the road course racing, because it is a lot more skill. Because you have to figure out where to brake at, where to use the throttle. You know, it's a little bit more harder than your regular speedway guys. And that's kind of the reason why I like it. You know, because the driver has more control over the car and has a better what's the word I'm thinking of? I can't think of it right now. But he has better skill. That's it, skill. But also, William Byrick ran second, and my pick, Tyler Reddick, finished third. SVG, Shane Van Gissenberg, ran sixth. AJ Allmendinger was third, and Connor Zillick, well, he was last at 37th. And there's something kind of funny there. It's kind of crazy that him and his teammate, Daniel Suarez, wrecked him out of the race. It's like, do you not understand your teammates there? You know,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I understand you're fighting for points and whatnot, but come on now, give me a break here. But and Connor Zillich, of all people, he did win the Xfinity race there, but not after some controversy. Now, Steve, the little tinfoil hats are coming out again. You know, we have to, you know, the Xfinity people just, I swear, because he got penalized for coming in too late. You know, where you have that cone before you come into the pits, you have to make your commitment before the cone. Well, he made it after the cone to come into the pits. Got sent to the back of the line, and he came back up through the field. Didn't hit nobody, didn't wreck nobody out. You know, there was a little bit of contact, yes, but that's normal for a road course, because Austin Cindric will probably be called into NASCAR and questioned about him hooking Ty Dillon, which that's about common anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, hey, we got to pause there, so we'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. European leaders are pledging billions in support of Ukraine following an emergency summit in London. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said,
Europe must do the heavy lifting, but to support peace in our continent and to succeed, this effort must have strong US backing.
Starmer announced a loan of nearly $3 billion for Ukraine, which would be funded through the freezing of Russian assets. Starmer noted the plan is being worked on in coordination with the U.S. and will have U.S. backing. Investigators say a landing gear failure may have led to the deadly plane crash recently in Scottsdale.
The NTSB released a preliminary report Thursday which said the Learjet's left landing gear was not in a normal position when it landed. The jet was traveling roughly 55 miles per hour when it veered off the runway and crashed into a Gulfstream jet which was parked. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here on a Monday. Yeehaw. All right, morning hippopotamus. the hippopotamus there. He may have to step out and take care of business. We'll put him back in queue. Meanwhile, it's just another day in paradise. Hey, Scotty, what's going on?
Just riding around. But don't call and chime in on these drivers and stuff. And Wyoming is one of the worst states. You know, here a couple of years ago, I had one of them come through the media and almost hit me head on. And it was windy, and you could tell he was light and shouldn't have been on the road. They had a restriction for light vehicles, and I was loaded heavy. But, you know, so I could be out there. But, you know, they just, like I said, no experience is basically what it is. But you go into a truck stop, and, you know, they're, like I said, none of them speak English. So that you can tell the people behind the counter are getting frustrated. Going to a shipper or receiver. I went to a shipper the other day, and there was 5 trucks sitting there before I got there, and every one of them was a foreigner. And they had appointment times late in the afternoon. This was 6. Every one of them goes piles up in the gate and goes in there. None of them spoke English. They all had their phones out, so they're trying to show, you know, what their delivery number was. And the guy behind the desk, he's sitting there like, "You have a delivery. It's this afternoon. You know, you can't be in here yet. You know, we got to get all the people that are picking up out of here."
Yeah.
And none of them understood a word that guy was saying. You know, and like I said, they just pull in and they block the gate. They do it in the truck stops. They pull in there and they can just pull in and set the brakes. You know, park in fire lanes, everything else. Park on the scales, park in front of the scales, park behind the scales. You know, park in the fuel islands, pull the curtains, go to bed. And, they just don't care. You know, and it's gotten worse. And I said they just, you know, you see them going down the road, and come up on a scale house.
Mm-hmm.
And and Oklahoma's one of the worst because that's the only one that I really go through. They just run the scales. I don't even think they can read.
All right.
They don't even know it's a scale. You know, and DOT runs them down, pulls them over. I mean, it clearly says, you know, truck must enter scale, or, you know, like I said, these hot shots out here now, the Eastern European guys, they're getting these hot shots, pulling cars and everything else. And, you know, there's rules, you know, you got to have a certain size bed in there in order for them to sleep in it. Well, you see, they pull in the truck stop be half full of hot shots. That basically they got to have a sleeper in there, you know, and they just pull in there, put up their sunshade, and go to bed. Well, the Oklahoma and Kansas both are pulling them over like crazy, and, you know, putting them out of service and everything. And I got a friend of mine's a highway patrol DOT officer in Kansas. He said that he puts them out of service all the time because they can't provide a hotel ticket, you know, a hotel receipt. And he asked them where they're sleeping, and they're, you know, they got a makeshift bed, you know. Well, excuse me. But, you know, it has gotten worse. I've been out here 30 years, and I've never seen it as bad as what it is. You know, and in the snow, they don't know when to slow down. You know, I was always taught when the weather's inclement, you know, you always want to have a little bit of extra speed in case you got to be able to get out of the way. You know, so you shouldn't be running flat out. You know, I think it was last Tuesday morning or Tuesday morning before last, I was going in the house and we had a snowstorm come in, and I had a guy that had passed me back when the weather was good. Well, I get up there. Well, I passed him. He's doing like 30 miles an hour. And of course, he started speeding up on me, and, you know, I know what I can do in it. And here it was, just about 2 minutes later, he comes flying up, and I'm kind of straddling the center line because that's where the tracks were in the snow. He passes me on the shoulder.
Wow.
You know, and I'm like, really? I mean, you know, of course, it was a real light snow, and once he got by me, I couldn't see nothing. You know, I just backed out of it. But, I mean, and the shoulders in Kansas aren't that wide. You know, but it's just a stupid crap. How you come up on them, you know, they be on their phone, you know, whatever they're doing. They got their curtains pulled where you can't see what they're doing. And as soon as you get ready to go around, they speed up. Most of their trucks are not governed like what, you know, most of the, you know, like my truck's governed at 70, 71. You know, and their trucks aren't governed. You know, they're, like I said, they're working for cheap wages and, you know, driving for somebody that don't speak English and, you know, they doing those lease purchase programs. You know, that nobody cares. You know, but it's definitely a safety factor. You know, go look at CDL Life whenever they take and put the articles out about a wreck. Go look at the name. You know, 9 times out of 10, the names sing.
Yeah.
You know, and then you look, people don't have any clue.
Yeah.
And look at all the stories, you can go find them, where they're catching all these drivers out here in big trucks that don't even have a driver's license, or they're running on an international driver's license, which is not a CDL here. You know, I mean, it's amazing. No driver's license, no insurance. You know, it's awful out here. It really is. But you know, I'm about sick of it. But anyway, enough of my rant. You know.
You were actually contemplating maybe retirement here in the not too distant future. Are you still thinking along that line?
I've got a cruise booked, a 2-week cruise booked in April and May, and when I come back, I'm done here. You know, I'm not sure if I'm done driving a truck, but you know, I'm done where I'm at right here. You know, and if I drive a truck, it's going to be, you know, I might go drive a damn gas hauler or something like that. You know, but I'm moving out to the East Coast. You know, but yeah, I'm definitely done in May. You know, that's all there is to it.
Gotcha.
You know, so I got about 2 months left. That's it. You know, I get back the 11th of May. So I say by the 1st of June. So maybe, you know, this March, April, May. And I got 3 months. That's it. I don't want to do it no more. It ain't fun. You know, it used to be fun. It just, it's not no more. But I think, and I may be wrong, I think this is the last week for registration for the truck show, or was it last week that was the last week?
I think it was last Thursday.
For everybody to register.
For the free registration ended last Thursday, so now you're having to pay.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I didn't know. I didn't listen last week, so I don't know if you touched on that or not.
Yep.
I've seen where, you know, it was 6 in the end.
Yep.
Who's the entertainment this year?
Tony Justice and I can't remember the other guy's name. I'm not familiar with
entertainment.
The entertainment. Okay, well, I don't know.
Tony Justice ain't that bad. It's just, you know, he just don't have a whole lot of stuff, you know. I mean, nice guy and everything. I've met him several times, but, you know. But anyway, I don't know if I'm gonna try to get up there maybe on, you know, Thursday and Friday. I don't know. I've registered. I'd like to get up there. I've been up there several years. But anyway, okay. Well, I'll let you get back to your rat killing, and y'all have a good one out there.
All right. Thank you very much. And I think that was that Colt something or other. Was that the guy's name that's going to be the entertainment this year? Yeah, truckingshow.com is the website, though. Trucking, plural, truckingshow.com. And it is 844-844-3388. All right, I scrolled down and see Braindead lost his song. I wonder where you disappeared to there.
Yeah, when you started sounding like Roboto, it's like, okay, I know I sounded like Roboto. So, but anyway, back to the race here. Connor Zilich is not making any good friends. You know, there was a lot of drama after the race. You know, he took out Corey Heim. Connor Zilich took out Corey Heim during the Exfinity race. And Corey Heim made a couple of emojis, like the thumbs up emojis, like, you know, way to go, dude. You know, good job. And, of course, O'Connor had to fire back. It's this dang Twitter battle, or what is it, X now? X Twitter? Mm-hmm. But, yeah, also to Chris Wright and John Balicki got into it on Twitter afterwards. Apparently, Chris Wright dumped Josh Balicki there into the wall. And Chris Wright needs to go. I mean, if you've got a body shop and you need some business, hey, this is the guy you need for your fab shop. I mean, trust me, he needs to go back into fixing cars, not wrecking them. Also, the CW posted about the crash between Jesse Love and Sheldon Creed, and that also started a war about, well, you are a big, you know what I'm saying, the whole.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that part because of the air, but the male anatomy part for during the race and wrecking me out. So, needless to say, there's going to be a whole lot of less Christmas cards going out this year. But now remember, let me jog your memory. Do you remember back at the Daytona 500 that the 34 and the 51 car, the crew chiefs were ejected for rules violations? Remember this?
Okay.
What they had was they had this hydration system, and during the inspection, they found extra lead weights in the hydration bag that were not supposed to be there. And the NASCAR showed them off this past Friday. I mean, hey, they are getting clever about cheating, right? It's not cheating unless you get caught, right?
Exactly.
Let's see. Fox Sports. Oh, let me switch gears here for a minute. Now, Fox Sports has the deal with NASCAR, IndyCar. Well, Steve, we could add another racing series to the list. MotoGP has signed a deal. For the rights to broadcast the MotoGP races. Now, you're not familiar with MotoGP, are you?
No, sir.
That's like the little motorcycles that do the road courses. So they got that deal. I bet Demon's probably listening to this, but 2311 extended its partnership with Upper Deck Trading Card Company this past week. And here's something interesting for our friend down under. Kurt Busch will be racing at the Race of Champions in Sydney coming up. So that's going to be kind of a good race to watch if I could see that race. But Steve, you have a good morning. We'll be listening to you later.
All right. Thanks for chiming back in there, Brain Dead. Have a good Monday. Greatest day of the week. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Pump Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Try back here, see if the hippopotamus is on the line. They had to move on. Anybody home? Anybody out there?
Yeah, can you hear me there, Your Honor?
There you are. Okay.
All right. So we were talking about the AI for the weather and that, and I think my understanding of it was actually supposed to go back and go over, what had previously happened and incorporate that in. And I'm not sure about the models, if it's choosing models, but taking and actually looking at what the, what weather actually happened with, the way the highs and lows and temperatures and wind was blowing and, keeps all those records and, sorts through all that to predict, and then, how much snowfall there was out of that type of a storm with that much that much snow or moisture in the air and making its prediction on that. I think it's taken into a lot more account than what the, than just the, what the models do as a possible predictor of what, which way the storm could be going and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of my understanding of it. Hey, as far as your Wyoming thing goes, of course the road signs, they don't need to be in English because they got a machine out there that uses 3 letters that tells them everywhere to go called GPS, and that can be based in how many different languages? So I think as far as road sign goes, they just deal with the GPS and they have all the road signs in their own language. So as far as signage goes, it's not a problem, but it's, as you said, communicating with the rest of the world. And then the other thing that's there is
are they running
the ELD?
Are they running a GPS that actually tells them, low bridge, low clearance, or commercial vehicles, trucks not allowed? Not. Okay, no hazmat and things like that.
Yeah, they probably don't have the truck specific one. And,
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as the real rules of, as you just touched there, hazmat and oversized and all that. I mean, if they're here illegally or running illegally, why worry about little things like other laws? But the other thing is, if they are even trying to run legally, you got the drivers out here trying to get across Wyoming that are on their ELD. I mean, their load scheduled to deliver at a certain time, and they got their 10-hour break to deal with, and they're 11 hours of driving, and they got to get across Wyoming. So are they staying out in the bad weather longer than what they should? Right. Are they driving faster in the bad weather than they should? Because their ELD says they have to get so far before they can't go any further. So I think there's a lot of other things into it, that factor into it, other than just the bad drivers, the illegal drivers. I'm not discounting them. I'm not saying they should be here, and I'm not saying they should be doing what they're doing on our highways, because I don't want any part of them. But we do have too many. I don't know. There was one guy. He was calling them driving a turbine Suburban. You ever heard that term before, Your Honor?
I think I've heard
different
that.
I heard. Yeah. So, anyways, but that's about all we got for you, and we're gonna have to let you go on with the loneliest hour. See if you can make it through. Maybe you can get that knuckle buster to help you get through that loneliest hour. But I've started my day early yesterday, and so we're about ready to wrap it up and head towards the house. So
done to call it a day. All right. Well, it's good to be wrapping things up early on a Monday. Real quick, as we roll toward that news break, top of the hour, Doc Blackman. Yeah, everybody kind of chiming in now, their 2 cents worth. He says, many of you probably watch what took place between Trump and Zelensky. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you might be thinking to yourself, oh my God, Donald Trump just screwed up. Let me explain the difference between what you believe you witnessed and what actually happened. Yeah, President Trump has been under constant political persecution since the beginning of his first term. Over time, he's learned to be patient and calculated. Zelensky was invited to the Oval Office. However, both Trump and J.D. Vance knew exactly what Zelensky was going to do. He would use this opportunity in front of the American people to make a power play. Both Trump and Vance anticipated this. When Zelensky began appealing to the emotions of the American people, J.D. Vance stepped in, accusing him of disrespecting Donald Trump. This was brilliant strategy. It's important to understand Zelensky's trying to gain access to NATO. Trump knew this, but could not allow it to happen. If Ukraine joins NATO, the U.S. would be bound by NATO's collective defense agreement. An attack on one is an attack on all. Now consider the larger implications. Ukraine and Russia despise each other. If Ukraine were to become a NATO member, any future skirmish between them would obligate us to enter into direct conflict with Russia. That means World War III. And if that happened, China would have to choose a side. And they would almost certainly side with Russia. So what you witnessed was a setup. Trump and JD knew that the only way to achieve peace was to strategically align, at least on the surface, with Russia. Because Russia would never sign a peace treaty if Ukraine were admitted to NATO. This is why Trump dismantled Zelensky's argument, and why Zelensky, seeing his play failed, tried to backtrack and offer a treaty. Trump refused. Zelensky's real intent was clear. He would not agree to peace unless security guarantees were in place. Now, what was he actually saying? He was saying that NATO must accept Ukraine. But Russia would never agree to peace, knowing that NATO, their historical adversary, would surround them.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio insists the U.S. is committed to ending the war with Ukraine and Russia. Rubio appeared on ABC's This Week, and he says he hopes Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will see that and come to the negotiating table.
I'm not promising you it's possible. I'm not telling you it's 90% likely. I'm saying it's 0% likely if we don't get them to a negotiating table. And the sooner everyone grows up around here and figures out that this is a bad war that's heading in a bad direction with death and destruction and all kinds of dangers surrounding it that could spiral into a broader conflict. The sooner people grow up and realize that, I think the more progress we're going to be able to make.
He says a ceasefire deal will be difficult, but it's best path forward. A federal judge says President Trump cannot fire the head of a top watchdog agency.
Trump has been trying to fire Hampton Dellinger, who leads the Office of Special Counsel and investigates whistleblower reports filed by government workers. In February, Dellinger sued the administration after receiving an email firing him without cause. Multiple lower courts and now a federal judge have all stopped his termination from going through. Trump has indicated he'll appeal this most recent ruling, paving a way for the case to make it to the Supreme Court. I'm Chris Carraggio.
Protesters assembled at over 50 Tesla showrooms across the nation on Saturday in protest of CEO Elon Musk and his Doge team firing federal employees.
The demonstrations are part of the Tesla takedown, which its website says hopes to encourage stakeholders to, quote, sell your Teslas, dump your stock, and join the picket lines. Nearly 1,000 protesters assembled with signs Saturday in Tucson, Arizona, declining sales have hurt Tesla's value, which Musk owns 13%. Tesla shares have dropped by almost 28%. I'm Jim Forbes.
Texas health officials say a case of measles has been confirmed in Austin, as thousands of people may have been exposed in the growing outbreak. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
West Virginia senators are considering legislation to further restrict treatment options for minors experiencing gender dysphoria.
This marks the third time in 3 years lawmakers have focused on this issue following a 2023 bill that banned gender surgery for minors. Senate Bill 299 would forbid specific kinds of medication for gender transition for those under 18, with exceptions for certain medical conditions. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is declaring a state of emergency due to the growing wildfire concerns.
Governor Newsom says he wants to fast-track wildfire prevention projects. He issued a statement which read, "This emergency proclamation will cut bureaucratic red tape, including suspending CEQA and the Coastal Act that is slowing down critical forest management projects. This is all being done to get ahead of peak wildfire season." The governor's release continued, "These are forest management projects. We need to protect our communities most vulnerable to wildfire, and we're going to get them done." done. I'm Phil Farrar.
Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is running for mayor of New York City.
Cuomo officially entered the race Saturday, announcing it in a 17-minute video uploaded to his campaign website. On X, Cuomo said the city is in crisis. That's why he's running for mayor of New York City. Polls dating back several months found Cuomo could enter the 2025 mayoral race as a frontrunner, despite the sex harassment scandals that caused him to resign as New York's governor. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
Provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, there you go. Final hour on a Monday. Let's get this week started here. Let me quickly finish up. We left off talking about the strategy. Coming into this meeting Friday morning, that Zelensky's real intent was clear. He wasn't going to agree to a peace deal unless there were guarantees of security in place, right? He's been pushing. He wants to be a part of NATO. Zelensky, Putin, Trump all knew this. Zelensky, thinking he had Democrats' support, believed he could make this bold move on live television. But Trump and Vance saw right through it, outmaneuvered him. They knew in the short term, Democrats and the media are going to try to use this moment against them. But they also know they've got 2 years before midterms to prove this strategy is correct. Here's the genius part, though. Trump is actually protecting Ukraine without dragging us into the war, as we shared earlier, by negotiating the mineral deal. This ensures Americans are involved in Ukraine's mining industry. That prevents Russia from launching an invasion, because attacking Ukraine would mean endangering American lives. That would force the United States to respond. Doc says Trump played both sides like a master chess player. In the end, Zelensky will have no choice but to concede, because without U.S. support, Ukraine cannot win a prolonged war against Russia. And once U.S. companies have mining operations in Ukraine, Putin will be unable to attack without triggering massive international consequences. Do not underestimate Trump. In this game of chess, he's 10 moves ahead of everybody. Notice he said Zelensky thought he had Democrat support. I've seen a number of people sharing this. Pappy brought it up earlier, that when Zelensky actually met with a number of anti-Trump Democrats prior to meeting Trump, who advised him to turn down the mineral deal shortly before that Oval Office showdown. According to Democrat Senator Chris Murphy, President Vladimir Zelensky met with a group of anti-Trump Democrats who told him to reject the terms. The meeting with Democrats took place Friday, shortly before Zelensky, Vice President Vance, and President Trump got into that heated clash in front of the press pool. Via X, just finished a meeting with President Zelensky here in Washington. He confirmed that the Ukrainian people will not support a fake peace agreement where Putin gets everything he wants and there's no security arrangements for Ukraine. That post was made at 11:15 a.m. on Friday. Again, Senator Chris Murphy. Attached to the post was a picture of Zelensky at a conference table with Murphy seated on the opposite side. Less than an hour later, Zelensky showed up at the White House to meet President Trump. Of course, the reason for the meeting was supposed to be the mineral deal. The one that Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, said Zelensky had already agreed to. It was a done deal. We now know that after meeting with Murphy, Zelensky had no intention of signing that. And you see how he tried to put out guarantees for security. He sat there and pushed and pushed and pushed for more to the deal. Apparently, some of these Democrats maybe actually convinced him, don't take this deal unless you get these guarantees. The Democrats successfully stopped the mineral agreement and a ceasefire that would have been signed, meaning thousands of people could continue to die every week in Ukraine. But you notice, as we shared, Zelensky was already on the BBC Sunday stating he's ready to sign the deal. The deal that they had before them that they could have signed on Friday. Didn't take long for him to come to his senses, did it? Blind man on a Monday. What's happening out there?
Well, I had my conference call yesterday with Eskimo Mom, brain dead, and his wife, Dingbat, I believe. Pup was there. We had a nice talk. I must have been on the phone from 6 o'clock to about 8:30, and my friend Nick was on around 8:30 down to about 11, 12 o'clock, so he carried on. I met a new trucker, or maybe she was a trucker. I think her name was Lisa, and she lives up in Watertown, New York. And she was telling me what's going on up there with Canada. And I'm frustrated as well with people not speaking English, and it's about time that. And I'm glad Trump did it. He made English the official language.
He did, yes, Friday.
I've been called a racist more than once when I insisted that people who are going to live in this country speak the language. At least that's polite. If I moved to a country where another language was spoken, I would be expected to speak their language. Fair is fair, but when I bring this up, I've been called a racist, and I just don't care anymore. And what Brain Dead was saying about the drivers and everything, I also blame the people out here who drive automobiles. Some of them got driver's licenses and registered to vote at the same time, like here in Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
And some of these drivers have no business being out on the road if they can't read the signs or follow the rules of the road. They make it dangerous for everybody, especially the truckers. And I've told people to stay far behind a truck, because if he has to make a sudden stop, it's going to take longer for him to stop than it is for you in the car.
Mm-hmm.
And 57 told me one time, if you can see your reflection in a trucker's mirror, that means you're too close.
That is correct.
So,
yes, sir.
So I know where Brain Dead is coming, and I wish him the best of luck getting done what he has to do. And I really enjoyed talking to him, Pup as well. But like I said, it was really fun on this conference call yesterday.
Well, good deal. Aside from that, hope all's going well there, blind man, and continued healing as he continues to recover from the infection there. Have you marked the date on your calendars yet? It's not that far ahead. Road check. It's another year, another annual road check coming your way. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance recently sharing a cheat sheet to help you prepare for the upcoming International Road Check Inspection Blitz. This year, the 72-hour road check, May 13th through the 15th. The area of emphasis for this year's road check will be tires, vehicle focus, and hours of service or false record of duty status. That's the driver focus. In order to prepare for the May inspection blitz, CVSA released a checklist of items that inspectors will be focused on during the 72-hour campaign this year. Starting with tires, the importance of proper tire maintenance cannot be overstated. Tire failure while in transit is a hazard to all motorists, causes significant delays, and is far more expensive for carriers to repair. During the tire inspection of a commercial vehicle, the inspector is going to be looking for obviously low tread depth, audible air leaks, flat tires, belt material or casing that's exposed in the tread or the sidewall, tread or sidewall separation, any sort of bulges in the sidewall, improper repairs such as a rubber-coated plug in the sidewall, or any items lodged between the dual tires. When it comes to the hours of service, regulations are in place to limit driving hours and mandate rest breaks to prevent you from operating while fatigued. Those regulations are only useful when drivers accurately reflect their time and duty status in their RODS. While checking a driver's hours of service compliance, they're going to be checking for any electronic logging device tampering, including driving while not logged in, any sort of disconnected devices and improper edits, ghost drivers, as in claiming a co-driver when there is no co-driver present, improper use of personal conveyance, the special driving category, improper use of other exemptions, including the adverse driving conditions, and recording off-duty time while performing maybe work on a vehicle or a non-motor carrier. All right, things they'll be watching for here in 2025.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, get back to the phones here. Who we got on board? I'm not sure. Is that Dan?
Whoa, what do you know, big buddy?
Oh, the inbred redneck?
Oh, yeah, brother. I may have messed up your robot there, buddy.
You did?
I was talking about enlightenment and everything else.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I believe the world is getting enlightened. They figured out the war machine. I mean, that old Trump don't want to play the game. I mean, that's the big thing that people ain't realizing. That this guy don't want war, which is a good thing, if you ask me.
Right.
He don't want to throw money at some bad situation over there and some former Soviet bloc territory, you know. I mean, it's all ridiculous. Steve, think about the money that they sent over there. They're saying hundreds of billions. Nobody's got an exact number. I know at one time they were saying like 400 billion on just one little bill there. Old Lewinsky or Zelensky, whatever you want to call him, he was begging for F-16s, and you know what was the next begging item? Yeah, we got to have us a nuclear warhead over here, you know, and we need some troops over here, and blah blah blah.
Right.
Sooner or later, Trump is right. They're gonna drag us into it, and it's gonna be all hell breaking loose. And even, you know, when Trump turned them down, look at the big money over there in Europe. They were all going crazy. They're lining up right now, Steve, to sling the money at Zelensky. Now, I have no proof of this or anything else, but people say that Zelensky was an actor.
He was. He was a comedian.
But yeah. And not to say anything bad about actors or anything. I mean, one of the best presidents we had was a former actor, in my opinion. I mean, hell, I may be totally wrong, but who knows? But, you know, this guy is not good at diplomatic activities. We seen the drama queen come out in him when he was there at the White House this week, or last week, on Friday. You know, yeah, a drama queen put on a show there, didn't he, buddy?
Yes, indeed.
And it's got the whole world a talking. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to step back and take a look at this stuff. It's like when I deal with the redneck girls, Steve. I don't know if you ever noticed this. I bet you the princess has a closet full of clothes.
I thought every woman did.
Don't she, buddy?
Yes.
Yeah, they all do.
And they never, they can never have enough shoes and sandals.
That's right, Steve, because you know what? They need all those costumes to play all the different roles. It took me years to figure this out, buddy. But they're the crazy ones. It ain't us, buddy. It ain't us. Yeah, they're out playing pretend, and us men are playing real life, you know. So, you know, but that wasn't the real reason I called, Steve. I mean, kind of got off on track. I've stumbled upon some stuff here, Steve, and I hear a lot of good people out there calling in. But, you know, the one common thing that I hear from them is they all want to work. They're working their lives away. They're driving trucks for these companies or even for themselves, you know, Steve. And, hey, I've been there. I've done all that, you know. I found a different way out. But to all those people out there, I want to tell you, there's more than life than these trucks. Get out of them.
Get out.
Yeah, get out. I mean, when I finally got out of them, let's see, what, that was 2020, yeah. I mean, my life just improved exponentially. My health improved exponentially, Steve. And I figured out a different way of making a living, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's not that I'm saying that, you know, some of these people can't figure it out. It's maybe they're not enlightened on it. They need the enlightenment, and I'm here to help. If any of you needs any help, just reach out. Somehow, some way. I think I'm gonna set up a little something where people can get a hold of me. And I've had some recent developments, Steve. Now I've had to throw down a lot of money here recently. Close to what most people's retirement fund is. I'll put it that way. But in return, I'm grossing about $80K a month, and I feel really good about it. I think I finally. This is what I've been chasing my whole life, Steve. I have finally achieved the heights of my father before me. And when you do that, sometimes you feel like that, you know, you've accomplished something, you know. And I'd really like to help people, but, you know, at the same time, there's only so many hours in the day.
Right. Well, last time we had a conversation, Redneck, we were discussing the like a crypto winter possibly coming on, and the numbers had been going down, but then like yesterday, what's your take on the president announcing the names of 3 cryptocurrencies to be included in the new U.S. crypto strategic reserve? Again, yesterday, and all of a sudden spiking the values. I think Bitcoin was back over 91,000. It was down to, I think, 76,000 last week. Yeah, Trump said on social media in his January executive order on digital assets, a stockpile of cryptocurrencies, including something known as Ripple, XRP, Solana, SOL, and Cardano, otherwise known as ADA. If you can hold to the news break here, he also announced, I think it is coming up this Friday, that they're going to be hosting a so-called White House Crypto Summit. Again, that's coming up this Friday. It's not clear how these, the new stockpile is going to set up or how it's going to work. But that's a sudden change. The crypto market just kind of went crazy yesterday. It is 844-844-3388. First, a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio insists the U.S. is committed to ending the war with Ukraine and Russia. Rubio appeared on ABC's This Week, and he says he hopes Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will see that and come to the negotiating table.
And the sooner everyone grows up around here and figures out that this is a bad war that's heading in a bad direction with death and destruction and all kinds of dangers surrounding it that could spiral into a broader conflict.
He says a ceasefire deal will be difficult, but it's best path forward. A federal judge says President Trump cannot fire the head of a top watchdog agency.
Trump has been trying to fire Hampton Dellinger, who leads the Office of Special Counsel and investigates whistleblower reports filed by government workers. In February, Dellinger sued the administration after receiving an email firing him without cause. Multiple lower courts and now a federal judge have all stopped his termination from going through. I'm Chris Caraccio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, industrial injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back to the unofficial crypto expert, the inbred redneck. Well, what do you think about this announcement yesterday?
Ready.
All right, are you still with us, redneck? I hear something in the background there. No, maybe he had to take care of business. Maybe he'll show back up there. He's still on the line. All right, hello to the lovely dingbat. What do we got? Manic Monday. Birthdays on this date, 3rd day of March. 1847, Alexander Graham Bell was born. 1911, the blonde bombshell and Hollywood icon Jean Harlow was born. And finally, 1974, from Married with Children, Bud Bundy, or David Faustino, was actually born on this date. All right, before we get to our national days, some of our national, it's the month of March, a new month. And it is American Red Cross Month. It is also Brain Injury Awareness Month. It is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. And this one hit home hard for me. It is Employee Spirit Month. All right, it is MS Awareness Month. It is Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month. And finally, it is Women's History Month. Are you back with us there, redneck? Well, he's shuffling papers. Inbred redneck, hello. Okay. All right, maybe he'll try back. I wanted to get his take on the big announcement about the cryptocurrencies to be in a strategic reserve. The assets were up like anywhere from 10 to 35% in trading on Sunday. Other digital assets also gained. Trump said his order directed the Presidential Working Group to move forward on a crypto strategic reserve that includes the 3 currencies I mentioned there before the break. Of course, before winning the presidency, he said he would support the crypto industry, and he was quickly moved to back their policy priorities. Under his predecessor, Joe Biden, regulators were cracking down in a bid to protect Americans from fraud and money laundering. In recent weeks, as we know, crypto prices were down sharply. Yes, some of the biggest digital currencies erasing nearly all the gains they had made after Trump's election that triggered all that excitement in the industry. Analysts say the market needs a reason to move higher, such as indications that the U.S. Federal Reserve maybe plans to cut interest rates, or a clear pro-crypto regulatory framework from this administration. We don't, what is going to be discussed in the first White House Crypto Summit this Friday. It's not clear how this is going to work. Analysts and even legal experts are kind of divided. Will this need an act of Congress? Some arguing that the reserve could be created via the U.S. Treasury Exchange Stabilization Fund, which can be used to purchase or sell foreign currencies. Trump's crypto group had planned to look at potentially creating the stockpile with cryptocurrencies that are seized in law enforcement actions. I guess we will learn more on Friday. And I did see Trump is slated to address Congress on Tuesday evening this week. Tuesday, I believe it was 8 o'clock Eastern time, if memory serves, that came out. That announcement was made after the whole meltdown that occurred at the White House with Zelensky on Friday. So we'll learn more what he has to say there in regards to that. PK, I do believe. PK, good morning.
Boss man! Oh, my goodness. I'm so happy to see you. How are you doing?
What does PK stand for? Does that stand for Preacher's Kid?
No, it stands for too long of a name.
Okay.
It stands for too long of a name. It's a Greek name. It's Paulius Kursikevicius.
Okay.
It's a long name.
So it's a lot easier.
It's a Greek name.
A lot easier to say PK.
Yeah. But I love your show. I think you're a dog. And first off, no one put any money in crypto. Please, not now. Right now, everyone, do not mess with crypto. But I wanted to call you because I went to Europe. I own some land in Europe right now. So, I went to Europe for 10 days. And I think I know Zelensky and this situation kind of hands-on because I have a lot of land in Lithuania. And when I went there, the people that were building my fences, people that were doing all the work, they were Ukrainian. Think about this. When Putin attacked Ukraine, if this war is justified, why did 7 million Ukrainians ran to other countries? 7 million. Just saying.
First thing that comes to my mind is they were not inclined to want to fight the war.
Exactly, because it's not justified. No one wants to, they don't want to fight the war. And now they are in other countries building freaking fences.
Wow.
But they want to go home. So they want this war over. So, doesn't matter, no one gives a shit about the next.
Right. Okay, well, that's... I know that there's a great divide. I mean, okay, you go back to 2014 with the invasion of Crimea, the interviews that were taking place with the citizens there in Crimea. It was kind of a split. I mean, half of them actually wanted to become part of Russia again. The others, not so. I don't know the makeup, the landscape of how many of the Ukrainians don't feel like it's justified to be fighting this war currently. I do recall sharing the news items when it first broke out. People were fleeing to other countries, headed across the border, north, south, whatever direction they could go to get away from having to fight the war. All right, PK, thanks for checking in. He dropped a shish kebab on me, so I had to kind of move on. I got an email from Pat this past day. He had been kind of keeping me abreast of the situation there in New York. Some of these the prison workers, the Department of Corrections, they've been striking, and the strike had continued. Well, they made an announcement. If any striking workers are going to be fired as of Sunday. That announcement has begun. They have begun firing corrections officers. The Department of Corrections and Community Supervision announced through social media shortly after 6 p.m. this past day they had started terminating officers who have missed more than 11 consecutive shifts due to striking, stating that the department waited to take action against striking officers out of respect to officers and their families during mediation. The striking officers were notified on the 1st, there on Saturday, through a message from the New York State Department of Employee Relations that any officers who did not return to work that day, as the consent award mandated, would be terminated on March 2nd. The termination announcement from the DOCCS included a redacted sample of the letter terminated officers are going to receive. The letter states the recipient is deemed to have resigned effective March 2 due to unauthorized absences. It also says officers who do not return department equipment to the facility where they were employed will have their pay withheld and could actually face legal actions. Now, they have not said how many employees are going to be terminated, but this has been the ongoing strike. Corrections officers who were under a contract, of course, but stated, regardless, come back to work or lose your job. It is 844-844-3388. Nick, I do believe. Is this Nick?
Yeah. Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
I heard my friend Victor call in. I'm listening out of the Delaware station, the Delmarva station.
The voice of Delmarva.
Yeah. I'm listening actually on the internet, but I'm getting it through them. And I just wanted to pop in here and say that, with respect to the dust-up on Friday, I'm so glad Trump did what he did, and I'm glad that it was aired, and we saw it. And the thing is, the other thing I wanted to mention was that Anthony Blinken, Alexander Vindman, and was it Victoria Nuland were all involved. They talked to Zelensky before this meeting, and there were of course some Democrat senators that met with Vindman before this, and they urged that they met with Zelensky before this, and they urged him to not do this deal with President Trump. So they were involved in violating the Logan Act, weren't they? This is the thing, and this is what I haven't heard that many people mention that. I just wanted to bring that up.
Well, like in those last 10 minutes of the meeting when everything kind of went to proverbial hell in a handbasket, as they say, there's several. You look at Marco Rubio, who thought this was, he said this was a done deal. It was all, and he was kind of slouched in the couch, and just you could see the despondence. Then they got a photo of the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., who was in the room as well. The picture of her, she had her head in her hands with her head down, like this just all felt that this is horrible. Is there any way to come back from this?
Well, I think what's going to happen is I think Zelensky will come back and there will be a renegotiation of everything. And, just keep in mind that President Trump knows what he's doing, and he's a builder and a great negotiator. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, we have somebody in the White House that's actually standing up for this country, and we haven't had that for several years. That's the thing that sticks in my mind.
Well,
we're fortunate to have him.
One individual that has been over here on a number of occasions in the last several years is none other than Zelensky. And this trip was a whole lot different than previous versions, right? I mean, actually bringing him in and allowing him to address the joint session of Congress, the House and the Senate together. And every time he came over, he left with another check or a promise of billions more to continue what many have said from the beginning is not a winnable war for the Ukrainians. Best to come to a deal. And Trump made it abundantly clear you should have made a deal before the whole thing started. But it almost sounds like Zelensky was pushing this even on Friday morning, or Friday during the meeting. The whole premise of NATO membership, guarantees of security. At this juncture, at this point in time, the way things stand, that's not going to happen. Point blank. All right, shifting gears, autonomous vehicles, driverless trucks, they tell us, are expected to hit public roadways this year. But AAA's annual survey says that American people are not ready. Americans' fear has not changed. More than 60% of Americans surveyed by AAA indicate they are afraid of self-driving vehicles. About a quarter are unsure about the new technology. That leaves only 13% of people who actually trust driverless vehicles. This year's survey indicates, however, that the autonomous vehicle industry is regaining some trust among the general public. While 13% is a low level, it's actually better than last year when it was 9%. The trust level was actually 15% in 2022 before dropping to 9% in 23. High-profile crashes involving autonomous vehicles contributing to that decline. Trust in self-driving vehicles. Most people would rather see improvements in lower-level vehicle technology. More than 3/4 of U.S. drivers said advances in safety systems should be a top priority. Comparatively, only 13% of drivers said developments in driverless technology should be a priority. Now, self-driving vehicles have been deployed in a few small pockets of the country. Driverless ride-sharing cars are currently operating in several major cities. About 3/4 of Americans are aware of these robo-taxis, but slightly more than half said they would not get in one. Attitudes toward certain level 2 advanced driver assistance continues to be favorable. Nearly 2/3 of drivers want automatic emergency braking systems in their next vehicle. Nearly the same portion are fine with reverse automatic emergency braking. Nearly 60% of Americans are open to the assisted lane keeping you between the lines. Most drivers want automakers to focus on advanced safety technology, according to AAA. Those opinions on fully self-driving cars are they widely vary. Today's drivers value features that enhance their driver safety. Of course, the automatic emergency braking has been the controversy at the federal level for the last several years. Right now, the current ruling is on hold. Trump delayed the ruling by 60 days to allow the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to review their next step forward. There's a separate rulemaking that would have required automatic emergency braking on heavy-duty vehicles. That final rule was not published before the new administration took charge, so everything's kind of in limbo there.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Hey, good morning, Steve in Columbus, Ohio, who says, is it Friday yet? We spent our weekend at the office, so there was no rest here. So, yeah, is it Friday yet? The coffee's hot, car's warmed up, time to head into the office. You'll see what we can get into today. Everybody enjoy. All right, there's Truck and Phil. What do you got there? Happy Monday, best day of the week, right? Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Roll on, Knucklebuster. Starting things off 23 degrees, warming to 43 in Fort Wayne today. We're in the teens, 17 going to 45 at Newaygo, Michigan. How about that Christopher Bell winning 2 NASCAR races in a row? All right, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and flip back again. Have a great day, everybody. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, safe travels out there today. All right, just a few moments left. What do we have? This date, 3rd day of March, 1817. This was the day the Mississippi Territory was split into Alabama and Mississippi. 1845, on this date, Florida was admitted to the Union. 1885, ATT, or American Telephone and Telegraph, was started. 1915, the U.S. National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics was created, to be renamed 1958 to what we know today as NASA. In 1931, the Star-Spangled Banner officially becomes the national anthem of the United States of America. There you go. Some of the events on this date in history, with which we will close out our Monday edition. Be safe out there. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight. Hope you'll join us for our next edition.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,